yes, here we go again. Every time I say I'm taking a day off, I was literally laying in bed watching Bev from Crime Courtroom Confidential, and I was like, fine, I'll do a live. But I keep telling myself that I'm gonna take a day off to rest, put my feet up. Hey guys, Kent's in the house with me. Charmaine, you give Charmaine some heart. She's still feeling really sick. She was gonna join the live, but then, yeah, she got some sort of stomach bug and crap going on there. So guess what, Kent? No Charmaine.
Nope, just us tonight.
Yep, just us tonight. Just us and everyone that's in the chat, of course. Um, First and foremost, before I forget, Rhonda, I seen you sent 3 tacos, like the coffee app. So I just got to make sure I get that out there because I seen that after. Sometimes my phone, when it's always on vibrate. So if it's on ding, I'd hear my phone go off. But my husband always gives me shit for that all the time, honestly. It's like, can't you hear your messages or whatever? And I'm like, nope. And my phone could be sitting right beside me. Anyways, welcome to the live, you guys. Happy Tuesday. Yes, it's Tuesday. Only Tuesday. Hi, Bugsy. How are you? We'll do some shout outs. Hi, I'm a Sens fan. I'm a Sens fan. On there. Hi, Crystal. How are you? Yes, Ozzy was iconic during my lifetime for sure, as many of you guys. Um, I used to watch the Osbournes all the time as well when they would do that, and Sharon, she would be on the X Factor. Anyways, definitely sad what came through your speaker there, but definitely, sad. I know you said you're a country boy, Kent, but you obviously know who Ozzy Osbourne is.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So feel badly for Kelly, Jack, and Sharon and Amy there. So prayers to that family because I mean Ozzy and Sharon, like best friends. Oh, gonna mute you for a sec. We gotta mute you, Kent, there because of the live feed coming through. Hi, Shelby. Hi, Jan. Hi, Carla. How are you? On there. Let's see. Hi, Drippy. Hi, KG. How are you guys? Hi, Michelle. Life Designs. Hey, everyone. I'm truly here to chill and listen. But first, am I love to Belinda in my heart and mind. Absolutely. Again, if it wasn't but for Belinda, that really just, propelled uh, this channel by speaking to this channel and being so willing just to put out whatever she could um, to tell us, to bring answers for Jack and Lily. So we'll never forget that, okay, guys? Jack and Lily, if you guys haven't hit the like and the share, please do so. Again, it's for the sake of Jack and Lily, bringing answers and awareness. I truly do hope that answers, aren't going to take too long for this case, for sure. I think, I mean, regardless of what the outcome is, um, it's just, it's sad, regardless. It's sad that this is all happening. Sherry, get it all the time. Everyone loves the intro. I love the intro. It's just a pick me up, too, as I'm listening to it. It's like you're listening to the words, but the song, too, So I get lots of compliments. So thank you guys. Hi, Bree. How are you? On there. Brittany, Stella. Yeah. And don't forget, Daniel, if you're in the house, we got staplers ready for you. Got staplers, Daniel. You know what? I might, if Daniel does come in the house, I might just pause, quickly run over to, I literally have a KFC, Daniel, right? Like, I'm not even kidding you. There's a KFC, like, literally about 400 yards away from me. All right. I might go give birth to one first, though. Just saying. Um, well, that way it would be free if I gave birth to the KFC bucket. Daniel was nice enough to say that to me on a live because, obviously it's better to come into channels and insult people instead of worrying about where Jack and Lily are. So we do got our staplers ready for you, Daniel. Just as a reminder to Daniel, that maybe instead of being in here or other chats, possibly you should be doing something for Jack and Lily instead of always trying to act like you're a celebrity. But hey, if you come in here, hey, if you don't, well, you will. Doesn't matter. Randy, how are you? Root strength. I do, you know what? I do, but you guys, please understand that I do. But I really enjoyed coming and talking with you guys about this case. It's like hanging with my friends type of thing. And so, so I was talking about it at work today a little bit, and, someone said, oh, I can't do like, you know, go do work after, you know, working all day. And I'm like, but it's not a chore to me, right? It's something that I enjoy doing, for the fact of awareness, okay? It's for the fact of what we can do to help out families. So it's what we can do, right? And so there's no beautiful thing more than being unselfish and just thinking about others and what you can do. It might bring some people some own healing in their own personal life where tragedy happened, whatever the reason you guys are in the true crime space, for whatever reason, it's the little things that we can do or the big things that we can do to help bring awareness. And, a lot of people might not know this. And, like we did a live and it was at the United States, but we did a live and somebody from chat had said, say, hey, Sonny, do you think you can talk to this grandmother? Her grandson's been missing for about half a year and she's doesn't know if he's alive or not. And so I reached out to the grandmother and talked with her, and she just wanted answers. Well, so I ended up covering it, because I just really wanted to help this grandmother out. And within, I think it was 48 hours, he was found in a whole different state, and she went down, had to drive down to that state and bring him back home. You know, there was issues going on. He was a runaway, but she didn't know what had happened. So it's these little things that that you don't know that you're gonna have that big of an impact sometimes. Or even in the Kelsey, what was it? What was her name? Kelsey. Why am I having a brain fart? Anyways, and in that case, right? I mean, there was no, sorry, I was thinking of a different case on that one. Even in the Brian Laundrie, right, case with that one is that had it not been for a YouTuber that had camera footage on their van, that they were able to see that the van was there, right? And it's such a so meaning YouTubers and stuff, because of cameras and video recording and stuff like that, you never know sometimes. But this is where, RCMP and stuff like that, there's going to be a day when they're going to, instead of kind of pushing on true crime, take hold of it. Because in the end of the day, they do need us to help push out when they're really, family members and missing children. So are a lot of good YouTube true crime creators out there that really focus on doing good, right? And that takes away from the bad and the ugly. So those people I ignore, don't care, do what they want. This channel just really always just cares about what I do here, and how I run the channel. And it's to be honest, genuine, empathic, caring, except for when someone pisses me off, maybe a little bit. I'm still truly never pissed off. I'll just boot you because I don't got the time of day for that stuff, that type of wasted space on negativity and stuff like that. Hi, Annabelle. How are you? Sorry you're feeling crappy. Sure, yeah. Sorry you're feeling shitty. That's what we should say. Sorry you're feeling shitty. Actually, my husband came home today too, and he's like, "Oh, my stomach. I think I got a stomach flu." My phone's been on vibrate for years. I got other things on vibrate. Just saying. Kent, today with me is like a day off. Bryce Kills. Hi, Breaking Beats. I should really be asleep. Oh, yeah. My husband's from the UK breaking. 8 hours. Bev's from Crime Courtroom Confidential is from the UK as well. And I know that when I came home, I just happened to see she was doing a live. So I was just listening to her. But at the time I was listening to her, her voice kind of kept going in and out. And it was really hard to hear. And then it got a little bit better, but then I was like, we're going to do a live tonight, peeps? Yeah. So, anyways, coming in here, you guys, it's like besides this being a home with my husband, it's like my secondary home. I don't need outside world friends anymore. I haven't needed them for a long time. Hi, Tammy, how are you? Babsy Red? Babsy Red? Tongue twister. Bonnie Smith, how are you? Okay, Debbie 72, Remy Stop, 007, Star Child, Angels is in the house. Okay, Law's family. Hey Laws, how are you? Yep. Crafty one's in the house. Native girl. Thank you guys. Hi Blue Jay. Okay, hi Lisa, how are you? Sunny, can you please put it out there that there is nothing nefarious going on with the fundraising and fundraiser that's happening? Oh, I always do all the time, Lisa. Right? Yeah, we're not here to ever take away from this fundraiser. And in fact, if anyone tries to take away, well, guess what? You're going to get the big toe out of here. I'm not putting up with that. I don't, I would never put up anything that was fraudulent or what I deemed as sketchy, right? Myself. So, yeah, I'm not here to try to take away from Belinda's little bit of solace or Breeze and Lana's hard work and anyone else that's helping with that fundraiser. Kent is helping with the fundraiser, right, as well. Hi, oh, hey, Alana, welcome. Kristen, Michelle. So, yeah, yeah. The thing about this stuff right there, guys, is that again, I'll say it again. The more fuel that you add to a fire when people are trying to cause drama, is the longer it's gonna keep lasting. The best policy truly is when those negative people want to come in and stuff like that, or try to spread it around. um, and I'm not saying this specifically to Atlanta, but she already knows I've already said this to her. The best thing is to ignore it. Honestly, so you guys have no idea how many times I've just ignored things. When I first created the channel, it wasn't for the purpose of um, caring about if I had any subscribers. It was just my own thing. Um, but I played into it at first. I was having fun with it, I'll say. But after a while, it gets old and boring, and the more you feed into it, the more that the drama keeps spreading, right? So it's really truly best when people, whether it's this channel, a fundraiser event, especially fundraiser event, people always want to take away from those, right? But whether it's this channel or other creators face it, people always will have something bad to say about you, and there's going to be people that will have something good to say about you. Um, but honestly, ignoring it is the best policy. It literally, when you ignore it, it just dwindles back down, right? But we're focused on the fundraiser event that's happening. Let's just put that up too as we are going there, right? That's on August 9th from 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. Admission is free. Kent, you know what? I'm going to let you talk about the fundraiser for a minute as I'm just highlighting some people's comments here. Let me unlock you. So go ahead, Kent. You talk about it.
Well, Alana said that she's checking in with you so that you don't send out a search party for her. So I just wanted to say that. Yeah, the fundraiser's coming along. Um, I don't know a lot of the behind the scenes work because I'm offering what I can and doing what I can. And Lana and Bree uh, are the driving force behind the group. Um, but I do know that it's a fundraiser, but it's also an awareness raising event. Um, and it's they're hoping to, it's not a fact of making profit. It's the fact that they're hoping to raise funds to be able to continue the awareness through missing person posters and other materials uh, until the conclusion of the case. And then when the case is concluded, they hope, well, it's not they hope, but they will, with Charmaine's donation of one of the buddy benches and contacting locals and whatnot. I think their plan is to put 2 buddy benches at the kids' school, no matter the outcome. And the buddy bench is, the purpose behind it is, if somebody feels like, if a kid feels they need a safe place to talk to a trusted adult, or just that they're feeling down and they're wishing a friend will come along and talk to them and pick up their spirits. That's what the buddy benches are for. So they hope to get 2 of them in place, and then, depending on the results of the case, leftover monies would be going to, and I think it would probably be split up amongst different ground search and rescues. Lana, you're in the chat. You can address that if you'd like, or if it's all going to go to the local chapter. I'm not sure on that. So there's going to be plenty of events for kids to take part in and take their mind off of everyday things. And then they're hoping to have food trucks and stuff like that on site, which will make it an afternoon for everyone to be able to get together and give their support and let the families know that the group is there for their support. And that's the purpose behind it, to raise the awareness. One of the things that I have helped with is we've gotten 2 4x4 signs. One is a double-sided. You seen a picture of them the other night. Sonny shared it. One is a double-sided, and we also have one single-sided, because the printing company, when they printed it, it was the opposite way that it needed to go on the stand. So they printed it proper for us and then gave us the other single-sided one. And what we're planning on doing with those is this Saturday, the double-sided one, we'll have it in the back of a truck. And we're going to be going through the River John Festival Days parade. Then there's another parade down in the other side of the county in East Pictou Rural Fair in August. So we'll go in that one. We're checking the schedule to see what's left in Truro Colchester area. And we'll probably take a couple runs over that way. And then the other thing is with this double-sided sign, we're building the stand for it. So it's going to be able to stand up in the back of the truck and see it over the sides. But what that's going to allow us to do is very easily transport it around the county and have it like a billboard, a mobile billboard, at a heck of a lot cheaper price than what they were looking at the billboards in the city for. So if there's any businesses that would just like to have the double-sided sign uh, sit in their parking lot for a week or whatever between these other events. That's what we use it for. And we figured that we can use the single-sided sign, that if there's any businesses that wants to either hang it on their building or a fence for a week or anything like that, we can continue to move it around and create exposure. And then that same sign design, uh, we're taking orders for lawn signs, 2 feet by 2 feet, which will be selling for $20 and $10, and they're double sided as well. And they come with a stand to hold them up in the ground. And by selling them for $20, $10 pays for the sign, and $10 will go into the group's funds, which will allow to pay for more missing person flyers into the fund to help pay for the buddy benches, anything that they decide to do in the memory of the kids. And then, like I say, at the end of the campaign, when the case is finalized, we will be able to have that in the donation for search and rescue groups. The big thing is the group doesn't have the money to put out up front for those signs. So we would like to have the signs on hand for the August 9 event, and that's our plan. We get a good price if we order 50. So what we're trying to do is get them as many pre-orders as we can by August 1st. That's our deadline to tell them go ahead and print the 50 and get them and have them for the August 8th, so that we have them to sell at the event. So if there's anybody that's out there that would like a lawn sign as of the 8th of August or later, if you can private message myself or Lana on Facebook or Bree and just say, I'd like to speak for one of these signs. Then when we get them printed, and like I say, the first batch will hopefully be able to have them ordered and have them for the event on the 9th. See, I told you, Sonny. Alive with me is like a day off because I don't know where you went. I guess this is my life now, folks. You got to put up with me. So, I seen in the chat there somebody was commenting to Charmaine that they would help cover the cost for the shipping of her buddy bench. That is remarkable. I'd like to say
I'm
thank
not
you on
anymore.
behalf of Lana and everybody else.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thanks, Kent. Now, so help find Lily and Jack website, okay? You guys can go there as well. That's where you'll see the email. Alana just put it in there. So remember, I want to make sure of this. So besides this channel talking about the fundraiser, please, anything for the fundraiser, don't do any super chat donations for the fundraiser, anything to me, okay? We're just bringing awareness. Kent obviously is from Pictou, and he's going to be helping out with that. But any or whoops, I'm going to have to mute you. Any and all of the questions will go to Lily and Jack 2025 for the bracelets, you guys, for the keychains, car decals. I think they have sweatshirts, sweaters. Any of that information, though. So, again, anything to do with the donations, nothing to do with this channel for that part. That's all Lana and Bree. And, and like I said, uh, Belinda is 100,000% behind this. It gives her a little bit of solace, right? For Lily and Jack, just being part of this all. She's been part of everything. So nobody, is ever going to take away from this fundraiser, not in this chat, and nowhere else for the fundraiser, you guys. Again, this is important. They've worked their asses off, okay, to prepare for this event. So again, um, Charmaine, like I said, building a bench, getting it engraved. Wants it to go for the children at the school to be able to decorate it. So what if anyone just wants to help, right? Just email Alana. Let her know what and at that Lily at what was it, Lily and Jack. I always forget. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, so it's a beautiful thing. Please, nobody try to discredit it or take away from it. And if you do, set them straight. Meaning, if you see them do that in other channels, please just set them straight. Goodness will win over the evil when it comes to this. But at the end of the day, right? Not here to perpetuate any drama with this. This is straight up just talking about this wonderful fundraiser for Jack and Lily and all these beautiful items. And just, that's going to be an amazing event that day. So go there if you live around there, show your support, do what you can. All right. Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I do think, sometimes I really do cool things like that. Now, there's 393 people that are in watching right now. Can we just take a moment that whoever hasn't hit the like and the share or minimum the like button, please do it for Jack and Lily. Never for the sake of the channel, but always for Jack and Lily. Always for the murdered and the missing, because they are who are important here. And it's not about us. Sure, we're going to talk about it to bring awareness. Sure, we're going to speculate on it because we're waiting for the RCMP to figure out exactly what happened to Jack and Lily. And in the meantime and in between time, it's just about bringing awareness for everyone. Just keep the pressure on, keep it in the algorithm. Um, Belinda just asked again that you keep their faces out there, keep their names out there. So if you guys could do that now, that would be great. And let's see here. There's 166. Can we get it over at least to 200 right now with almost 400 people in chat? Okay, guys. It's just that little thing that you can do. All right. I don't think it's too much to ask at all. Do you, Kent? It's not too much to ask.
No, not too much to ask at all.
Nope, it's not. Especially if people are following this case and stuff like that. Again, if you had children, you would want the awareness brought if this happened to you. That's how I always look at everything. If I was in the shoes, and I'm glad I'm not. But Belinda and the rest of the family that truly want to know about answers and care about Jack and Lily means a lot to them. Whether it's this channel or other channels, it means a lot. Thank you, everyone, for the support and kindness and help keeping Jack and Lily's name out there. Justice for Jack and Lily, absolutely. So t-shirts only now. Okay, okay, yeah. Again, all your information goes to Bree and Lana. Okay, guys. Lana's busted her behind. Yeah, sometimes, like I said to Alana, well, probably said it to I think Belinda too, but sometimes you have to go through a lot of sometimes hurt and dealing with people trying to tear something down in order to build you up and make you stronger. That's how I've always been. Um, Very little do I let anything impact me anymore. Before I used to let it bug me a little bit, but at the end of the day, everything in my life always makes me stronger, more knowledgeable, and more aware. And I will continue to keep learning that stuff, right? Um, if people knew me when I was first content
Content
creating,
creator.
whoa, I'm gonna have to put whole different Sunny. Back then it was F bombs and piss off and get out of my way, coming through, don't care, because I wasn't there for subscriptions and stuff like that. It was the Delphi case. Nasty, nasty, nasty case. But anyways, I've grown a lot in the last couple of years. And like I said, live and learn, right? And so that's what I say to all of you guys, right? People try to tear you down, but those are the people that don't matter. Those are the people that truly don't matter. That's all we want is justice. Absolutely. For Jack and Lily. Hi, Chelsea. How are you? Welcome, you guys, again. Let's see. Did we get over 200? 183, guys. Come on. Come on. Pop up those fingers. DNA. I'm sorry, I was cooking dinner. I'll hit the. All right, forgiveness. Cooking dinner. Okay. We are a voice for beautiful Jack and Lily. And that has to be the main thing here, right? We are the voices for Jack and Lily because it takes all of us, right, that care about this case to put it out into the algorithm to keep the awareness. These are two children. And again, I always think of every case that I follow, doesn't matter, even in my own regular life. I always put myself in the other person's shoes. When a customer is calling me, right, and they have a complaint or something, and about, well, I'll just leave it at that. When they have a complaint, right, I always have to put myself in their shoes as if I was a customer, right? So I've always lived my life that way. And again, and that's where it's just honestly being a deep empathic person. You just care about others and you just want others that if this were to happen, this horrific event were to happen in somebody's life, you would want people to, help you, help in your aid. There's a lot of families out there, guys, that don't get this type of exposure. And it's sad, but you can't fix the world in one go, but you can do your little part, right? Okay. Loads of love for Lily and Jack Sullivan. I'm so mad the mom and stepdad are forcing strangers to find Lily and Jack. Daniel, tell the truth. Um, I'll say it's definitely frustrating to say the least. Um, I mean, you can lead a horse to water, but you certainly can't make them drink it. And my thing is this is like, at the end of the day, it is what it is. The actions are the actions. And you know what? Like I said, Lily and Jack, they have the power of love, from this channel, from other channels, from family members, certain family members, right? And at the end of the day, we can't fix those people and we can't fix stupidity and we certainly can't fix Daniel's narcissistic ignorant ways and his bullshit. But you know what, it says a lot about him. Yes, someone said to me, yes, Daniel said that well, you know what, let's just get real. When Belinda was on the live, and Belinda's a hurting grandmother, all all Daniel could think to say to her during this conversation was basically about and what about basically Malaya's life with Cody, right? Like basically, poking instead of caring, right? Making an ignorant remark. Who talks about telling me? And I honestly don't care. That's coming from Daniel, okay? But anyways, but telling me to go give birth to a KFC bucket. Like, it's so ridiculous. I don't even know what that means. Really? Like, does that mean go F a chicken and pull out some KFC out of it? I don't know. But whatever. But we're talking about Jack and Lily. We're talking about the missing children on Malaya and Daniel's watch. And instead of being out there doing something productive, you know, I think a lot of people are really fed up with him. Like, people are still gonna listen to the shit that comes out of his mouth. But I think most people now got got the clue that what he's doing is so transparent and he's full of shit. And You know what? You can't change his personality. You can't change what he's doing to himself. He can change it, but he's made, you know what? He's made himself his bed, and he's going to lie in it, is what's happening. Right, Ken? Right.
Yeah,
Like,
well, it's like the old saying goes that it takes a village to raise a child,
yeah,
but in this case, it's going to take the village to bring the children home.
absolutely. And that's where we come in. That's where
Yeah.
we come in. That we're going to just keep pushing it out there, bringing the awareness. And we know that it's the RCMP that are looking for the answers. I'm sure they have a lot of answers. So make no mistake about it. Everything that Daniel's doing, he is being watched. Okay? Malaya, whatever she's doing, she's being watched. Jamie, like they're being watched. They know, like with all their information that they're gathering, guys, they're gonna have Cellbrite. They're gonna have every ounce of computer, telephone information, talking to the families. You know, the thing that Daniel, because you're, not exactly the brightest bulb in the tree, is that Daniel, there's a lot of people that talk to content creators that you have no idea about, that are relatives, right? That are relatives. And a lot of them, some of them are to you, Daniel, some of them to Malaya's side on this, but you don't realize that, dipshit, right? Because he's too busy running around going, I would die on the stake for Jack and Lily if it means that I have to do this to the end of time. Like, he makes these ridiculous comments. Like, what do you mean to the end of time? So you're not expecting them ever to come back? Oh, is that because possibly you know something? Perhaps, Daniel? Possibly, right? And Belinda, hi Belinda, keep going. My love prayers. Now, for you, Justice, for Lily, Jack, and beautiful babies. Yeah, But bottom line is, there's like I said, the RCMP got so much more information, and we, as viewers, only have a quarter of the pie of the information that the RCMP has,
If
right?
we have that much.
If we have that much, to be
'Cause
honest.
look
Well,
at their last look at their last report, and until then, everyone was saying, "Oh well, they should have been out and got more camera footage beforehand." Well, they stated that they have over 5,000 images
yeah.
between camera and video, and yes, it might not have been as quick as some people would have wanted it,
Mm,
but just imagine the process of going through that and taking a photo or a video, however long it is, watching it, make sure that nothing appears in it that's not supposed to be there. Like, that is just going to take so much time. And to have that much video and still shot photos from an area like there, Lansdowne, that would be like you had a million images if it was from a big urban city.
mm,
So that's where I look at, and I've been saying this from the first. The motto, sort of speak, from the RCMP is that they will always get their man and or woman, and it just takes time. So
yeah.
you got to have faith.
Yep.
You can only have faith in so much in this world, and you got to have faith.
Gotta have faith. Absolutely. Um, this is horrific. I can't say that anymore. I would never want to be in the shoes of any family member that has no answers, not no knowledge of what's going on. nothing but leftover videos of Lily and Jack and memories in their head. Um, it's it honestly, this is going to turn out to be. Thank you, Christine Alaska, for becoming. I swear, you see there. You see, oh no, you can't see on there. It looks like you're scared of me. Don't, Christina. Don't make me put up Janie's picture, because I will. 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. Wow, it's a doppelganger. Everyone do that now. Thank you, Christina. Oh, that picture gets me because I keep thinking of Janie's face at the end of that video when she was doing that on there. Sometimes you have to be lighthearted in all this, yeah? But I mean, seriously, her face at the end of that, it was almost like, crazy lady going off there. It was like she was so angry that people were thinking that her son had anything to do with the disappearance, and yet it's one of the most plausible, lines of thinking, right? Yeah, I know. But anyways, we don't know. Again, Malaya and Daniel were in charge of Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily have been missing since May 2nd of 2025. That was whoa, what's it been now? 2 months and 20 days. You guys, we're coming up to 3 months. We're almost coming up to 3 months. Yeah, it's crazy on there. Oh, just quickly, go ahead, Kent. Um, so, um, the obvious. So we're gonna talk about metal for a second. Go ahead, Kent. I'll let you say it since you're the one that was.
Well, like I say, we have no reason why,
Mm-hmm.
but we know that the family court hearing that was supposed to be held this week has been postponed to September.
Yeah,
There's no reason stated. Just um,
yeah. So,
showed up and they said nope. See you in September. So I don't know what that says. Don't know what that post if it has anything to tell us. All
mhm.
we know is that it's delayed.
Do you think any of it, Kent, has anything to do with the fact of their postponed it because maybe they're like kind of hoping for a conclusion to this
No,
case?
I wouldn't think yet. And the only reason why I say that is because I know these family court cases goes on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
And if it was coming down to the judge or whoever to make a decision on custody,
Hmm.
then I would say yes. But um, I don't think they're anywhere near. Like I say, there's no information, and there wouldn't be because there's a gag order on the family court. They don't put any of that stuff out in the public. But I believe that if they would have went through the court process
Oh,
and they were all down to just making a decision,
1 sec. I couldn't. Yeah.
then I would see
Yes.
them delaying it until there was a decision or an outcome of the case. But I think they got probably lots of stuff to discuss
Mhm.
leading up to that.
You know, in all of this, in all of this, because of the actions of two people, regardless, um, not only are two children missing, but another beautiful child is sitting there with CPS. People's lives, due to whoever actions, or non-actions, whichever. Um, People's lives can flip upside down so fast. Um, and in this case, uh, I, children are gifts. That's exactly what they are. They are gifts to be adorned. And you know what? We'll see how it all plays out. At the end of the day, I will pray with Meadow that the right answers are given to that child. I pray that Meadow ends up in the most loving place possible and wherever or whoever that is with. Um, that sadly, you know, this situation is going on for children. It's an unbelievable story about, these type of cases. Um, Children are innocent in all of this. What can you say? They're innocent. So does it piss me off to no end? Does it piss me off to no end that, yeah, that Daniel's doing lots of running around to channels like a freaking whack-a-mole, right, guys? I keep saying this, going from channel to channel, whack whack. Okay, he's out of there, he's in here, whack whack. Oh, he's in a Facebook chat room. Why? If he believes in their bullshit story, right? Because their story now, you guys, come on now, for the timeline that they've given to their timeline, at no point could they place Malaya putting the children in a vehicle during their timeline. Okay? Now, that doesn't exclude from 4 o'clock, right? To the phone call went in at 10 o'clock to 911. You know, I firmly believe myself that this more happened Thursday night, possibly into the Friday morning, is when I feel like this has happened, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But as for their own words, from 8 o'clock till till the police arrived, basically, till the 911 call went in, none of that is true. None of that is true because each other washes their own bullshit away. And they did that to themselves by Jamie, especially, and her own timeline. So, Janie's, I just want to go back to this for a second. So, 8 o'clock, Malaya says to Belinda, 8 o'clock to 8:30 was the last time the children were seen. Okay, that's great and wonderful, right? The last time that they were seen. Doesn't mean that they still weren't playing in the living room at that time. Well, I call bullshit. But regardless, Janie goes and timestamps it with the time, and that still doesn't make it true. But there's no way within the 10 o'clock phone call. But Janie basically timestamps it, you know, after 9 o'clock, closer to 9:30. Now Daniel, he has said that the children. Remember, Malaya, 8 o'clock to 8:30, right? They obviously, that's why they went by that on the scanner. So the 20 minutes never happened between 8:30 and 8:50. Didn't happen between 8:50 to 9:10 because Jamie there hears them after that point. And so the 20 minutes that they're speaking about is when Malaya says at 9:40 that she tells Belinda that that's when they disappeared, was at 9:40. 20 minutes is what Daniel and that have been using in a 20-minute window, which means the 10 o'clock phone call. So regardless of anything, Janie, bullshit, is that the children, no matter what, are heard after 9 o'clock near the swing set. So at what point in time by Daniel's story that he's telling that him and Malaya came outside together, right? And that Janie came out of her camper the minute he started yelling, right? But of course, Janie's already put them after 9 o'clock. More like, let's say 9:15, 9:20. Let's just after 9 o'clock regardless. So where did two children possibly go? in that time that you couldn't have found two children. So they want to use the abduction. Daniel is certain that they're not in the woods, right? Because again, why are you so certain, Daniel? Because now you want to do the abduction thing, but nobody was, the crime unit wasn't going for that. But somehow Daniel enters Darren, right? Darren's trying to talk to the Brookside family. He's getting basically bird shit, right, from them. And so he goes over to the Martell Mackenzie side because he knows Daniel is Darren's son, worked with Daniel, and but he doesn't. Jamie doesn't know him, so that they say, but Daniel knows him, and all that. So enter Darren, enter Daniel. Well, now again, I see it as this: is that Darren, hook, line, and sinker, bought into. I was waiting for Darren actually to come back and say, "Sonny, seriously, like this guy." I got him by his balls, basically, right? Nope. I was waiting for that phone call from Darren to say, Sonny, I'm playing him like a fiddle. Never happened. And I was like, you shit. You literally are buying this hook, line, and sinker. In fact, between probably the three of you, y'all concocted, you just sat down like a bunch of morons and sat there and went, yeah, that sounds good. We're going to place Malaya at the end of the driveway. Yep, that fits there. Wait a second. Mom, don't forget, you said that Malaya looked all, like she was stunned and got her hand caught in a cookie jar type of thing. So we're going to embellish the story, but we got to make it fit like a little puzzle piece now. And
You
it's
want me
just,
to bust that, though?
go ahead.
We all say that they're lying right from the start, so how can you use the lies to prove that their timeline doesn't make sense? It's
Well,
all lies.
that's what I'm saying. So the only time we can go by is from
We
4 o'clock.
don't have the only time that
No,
we
no, you
can
cut me
go.
off. 10 o'clock. Let me say this: 10 o'clock. Sorry, 4 o'clock on Thursday till 10 o'clock when the phone call goes in. That's the only
Yeah.
time that we have. Is that what you were
Well,
gonna say?
the 9:48 when
Yes.
Jane got a call from her brother, because
Yeah, that
that is
still really doesn't mean
that is
anything.
recorded. It's time stamped. There's no way that you can turn the time back on a
Well,
phone. Like,
yeah, but the thing is with his doesn't actually count though. I mean, sure, it shows that the brother called.
yeah,
But
I'm just saying
yeah.
that's not a lie. It's not really part of
Oh,
the case. It doesn't make it's not part of the story. But like I say, the story from the beginning is lies.
it's all lies.
So
It's all lies.
we don't know what happened until we're
Yeah.
told what happened.
But we can still take away, though, Kent, we can still take away their timeline that they tried to say that Malaya
Leah.
handed those kids in the vehicle. They can, like, meaning, because that
Yes,
was something
because the fact that they're lying, they're both lying.
exact. Well, the point
Well, they're
is
all
still,
lying. You have to say that they're all four of them. If one is lying, they're all lying, because at the beginning, the two that
yeah,
spoke or tried to speak the same story, and that didn't
they
work.
tried. They tried. Right.
That's what I
Now,
mean. They tried to speak the same story, but that didn't work.
correct.
So one we never heard no more from, and really, other than a couple, but basically it was still the next day that Belinda got the text from Malaya,
Yeah.
and a few couple of following week. But the stuff the following week didn't really have any timeline happenings either. So it's that stuff that happened on day 1 and 2 between their statements and uh, text for Malaya, because that's all we've heard. And then, like I say, Daniel, yes, his story has changed. And so it's either lies or it's stories. or lying stories, one or the other. Like it comes together as that. Um, we don't know what happened, and it's a shame, like you say, that people who are saying that they have the interest
Mm-hmm.
of the children
Right?
can't tell the truth
Yeah.
of the story and have it together that everybody can make sense of it,
Right?
or not be saying anything, because over your last couple of lives, I haven't been in, but I haven't completely listened to them and watched them all either. I have when I've been able to. But my biggest thing, and it's nothing from the family, it's from everybody that's in the chat that states that Malaya's actions are totally inconceivable of a
Right.
mother who doesn't know the final result. And I don't think you can convince me that she's talking to the RCMP and telling them everything, because they're, even without evidence, or, well, there'd be testimony, but without any corroborating evidence, the RCMP would have been able to find enough that they needed to lay suspected charges and or further questioning or anything like that. But every mother says that I would be out there every day pleading for the safe return or
Right.
to find my children. And that's the only thing that we have from Malaya, is that she's not doing that. And the only reason, in my mind, logically, that I can explain that
Mm-hmm.
is whatever happened, the result, she knows. Because if not, she would be doing one of those other two things that every other mother says that they would be doing. And I'm not, like I say, I'm not laying no blame on either there. I'm just saying that one, we're getting nothing but stories from. The other,
Right.
everybody's saying that they would react differently.
Yeah.
And what else are we supposed to judge it upon? Like you say, timeline doesn't make sense,
No.
right? So until the RCMP give us the information to connect everything together,
Mm-hmm.
we're not going to know what happened. It's all speculation. We're all putting our thoughts in
Yeah.
and saying, is this conceivable or that conceivable? But there's, in my mind, I, I would be pushing it to say that there's three people, but there's two people for sure in this case that know the end result. There might only be one person that knows the scenario that caused the end result, but the end result, because the two of them came out to try to sell the same story off the bat,
Mm-hmm.
the end result, those two people have to know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, Kent, Daniel said that he would talk to you in person. Have
Hmm.
you have you asked him to talk to you in person?
Not in person yet.
Okay.
We have had a couple generic just discussions, but I haven't had time dealing with my own stuff this week, trying to get, I got my building permit to fix what's left of my building, and ordered rafters and stuff like that. So I didn't have the time to ask him if he wanted to get together.
Okay.
But
But
I
that,
hope to.
well, I was going to say, Daniel said that here, that he would talk to Kent in person. So, meaning he said that. So, if he backs down from that, then obviously he's not a man of his word. Now, so in saying that, again, Daniel feels comfortable talking to you because at the end of the day, regardless, right? Everything's with a grain of salt or whatever. He could have done this a long time ago, right? Hey, if I'm not his wing woman that he wants to talk to, or Charmaine, or anybody else, Kent, then I mean, you are from Pictou, so I like just like Darren, right? So I can understand that there's like the Nova
The Nova.
Scotia bond, you know, um, because you guys are from all the same area. Um, but anyways, so that's I guess the answer at the moment, you guys, for that. And exactly, Chelsea, I can so relate. So I'll hold judgment. Wait, what did Chelsea say? What did Chelsea say? Sorry, Chelsea. Kent, what if Em truly believes the kids are gone? I'm curious. How would people perceive her actions? Like gone, gone? Like dead, gone?
Well, like I say, I honestly believe, and I haven't seen anything, and all the speculation, and all the stories, and all the comments out of people's mouths. Two people have to know the end result here.
Definitely.
The responsibility or the culpability for the scenario of whatever happened, I don't think Malaya might not know what happened. I honestly agree with that.
It's
But
a
she has
possibility.
to know. She either, in my mind, and in my mind only, and I might be crazy in thinking this, but she either has to know that her children are safe, or she has to know that her children are with God, and she accepts
Mhm.
that. And in my mind, that's the only two reasons.
Yeah.
Now that Malaya is out of the situation and safe, Meadow is out of the situation and safe. Those are the only two reasons. And like somebody said, well, we don't know if she's not talking to the RCMP. Yeah, we don't know if she's not, but if she is, and like I say, she might not know the scenario of what happened, but if she can, if she's confident enough that she can state that the children are no longer with us, I suspect that she knows a little bit of what happened, and not necessarily that she's responsible for it. I'm not saying that. I'm not blaming nobody because we don't have enough reliable information to put blame on anybody. Because if we had that much information, the RCMP would have more than that, and they would have enough to lay charges. So all I'm saying is every mother has stated since this case started that, to me, Malaya's actions of not speaking out and pleading for the safe return or her children to be found and returned home so that they can properly pay respects, for that to not be happening must mean, in my mind only, that she knows which of those two results it is.
Mhm. Yeah, and I I agree. Like, uh, sorry, I'm just going to be doing. I was just trying to do something as well. Um, Now, my thing is this: I could personally only justify Malaya's actions myself if she knows that those children are no longer with us. That's the only way I personally could justify her actions. There's no other actions as a mother that I could justify it that unless she knows that those children are no longer with us. That's the only. Other than that, then I would
So
absolutely.
why, Sonny, let me ask you, why do you think her actions would be different if she knew 100% that her children were safe?
Oh, because to me that whole storyline's ridiculous, and I'm not.
Forget
I'm.
about the story. Forget
Mm,
about the storyline.
mm,
You're stating that
yeah,
the only reason why you can believe
yeah.
her actions of not pleading for her kids to be returned or found.
Hmm.
Why is it? Because, like I say, I think if I was a parent, I'm not. So that's why I put all this in the caveat, because I don't have children of my own. I got nieces or a niece. Got to watch what you say on YouTube, people, because look
Yeah.
at the people that ran with I's instead of, and Belinda corrected herself in saying I, but yet the last couple days since that come out, everybody's running with I's. So you got to
Right.
watch what you say. But why, or what would be her reaction
So,
otherwise?
so the thing is, so for me, Ken. Okay, so listen carefully to my answer. I will not entertain the fact. Shit. 1 second. Lost family. So your rafters are more important than Jack and Lily. Uh, that's not fair. I don't think that's fair. That's not fair. I don't think that's fair to say that. To be honest with you. So Lost Family said, so your rafters are more important than Jack and Lily. I don't think that's fair to say that. But did you want to say something to that?
Well, I think it's bullshit. Uh, I'm doing what I can, and the same as everybody else across the country, no matter where you live.
Yeah.
But I've had no income now for, it'd be going on a month and a half, I think it is.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. I'd have to look at the calendar to see the exact date. So yeah, my rafters and getting them ordered, because it takes a couple weeks, even though I only need two. Um, it's going to take time. I had to get the building permit, do the repair,
No.
and this
Yes.
ain't
Yes.
going to get me back near what I have. I had before this, I had a 210 by 40-foot building that we had hoist, we had all the diagnostic equipment, we had all the other equipment that you need to run a full service shop. And now we're working with jacks and stuff on the floor like you would 50 years ago. So
Mhm.
that's why I'm trying to get some sort of life back in my business to keep me to be able to survive.
I yeah, and honestly, and I'm sorry, but that is a very unfair comment. It is because my life does not revolve around Jack and Lily. First and foremost, my real life comes first. Okay, my husband, my real life comes first. I think that is totally a wrong comment. The Laws family. It's not. We could twist that back if we wanted to on you as well, right? Well, why don't you fly out to there if it's so important? But that is a very um no, that is just a wrong statement, to be honest, because like Kent said, no, I'm sorry, I cannot, I'm sorry, but I just can't respect that comment at all. I think that that's just ignorant and rude, to ever say that to somebody. Jack and Lily is not Kent's kids. He's doing his life first, and he has spent so much time doing Jack and Lily stuff, just like I have. And because he hasn't made it a priority to why? To talk to Daniel so that Daniel can just lie to him? That's all it's going to be. That's all it's going to be. I mean, honestly, I'll pencil you in, Daniel. Because even myself, if Daniel said, hey, Sonny, I want to talk to you now, well, yeah, let me pencil you in. I would say I'm sorry for that one, Law's family. I don't think that was called for at all, to be honest with you. So I'm sorry, Kent, that that comment was said to you. But thank you for saying that. But I think that that is just so wrong. You've done so much for this case and continue to. And somebody else, because they didn't like your answer, then they got mad at you and said, it's fuck this shit, right? No,
Well,
I
that
would
just
say,
shows their ignorance. That's all.
well, I just think that, the Laws family absolutely has a passion for this case. I get that. But that it was a very unfair comment to make. And I really believe that you are owed an apology for that because your priorities are your priorities first. And somebody got upset because they didn't like the answer that you had said. So, no, I feel like an apology is owed myself. Yeah, but Law's family, that's your expectation of you're putting this upon Kent as if he should drop everything he's doing in his life, right? Because that's what you think you would do. But it's unfair to put that on Kent. And we all know that Daniel is just going to try to sell him a bunch of bullshit anyway. Like, he's not going to sit there and confess to anything. He's not going to change his ways. Honestly, like, to me, this is more of a humor thing if he talks to Daniel. I don't even believe that Daniel would keep his word in the first place. Look what this man's doing. So, someone that's sitting there coming in and he's sitting there treating this case like it's a fucking joke, what Daniel's doing. And then you got Kent, who's been so passionate about it. And look at, like, with a fundraiser helping out with these signs and stuff, and his business burned down.
And Sonny has the proof of those photos if you want to see what it was and then what it is. And now it's a cement floor. So
We're gonna leave that alone, um, because that comment was really unwarranted. It's someone else's passion of what you should do. Again, people are in charge of their own actions and thoughts. That's it. Nobody's in charge of anybody else's. But that was
I
uncalled for.
think I'm going to pop down before I say something, Sonny.
No, 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 no. You go nowhere,
Yeah.
please. No, Kent, Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily, you have the time. Ignore that. I'm sorry if your feelings are hurt. I got your back.
Oh, my
And
feelings aren't hurt. I have a big set of shoulders. That's not a
no,
problem. But
then why do you want to hop down?
I just don't want to say something that.
That's fine. If there's something
But
that wants to
anyways,
come in your mouth,
let's leave the
let's
discussion at that, and let's
let's
go
move it
back to
on.
what you were saying.
Yeah, we're gonna move
Go
on.
back to what you were saying about Malaya's actions.
Yeah. Okay, let's get it back on course. All right. Okay. Well, then go talk to Daniel. Then go talk to Daniel. Right? Okay, so we're gonna get it back on course. Now we're gonna leave that one. Okay? Right? Group hugs. Stop it with those kind of comments, please. So what I want to talk. So you asked me a question, okay? Now,
Yep.
and I'm going to be very clear on my answer. Is that when I look at everything, right, that makes sense and what doesn't make sense, the fact that the children are being hidden and that Malaya can't see them or somebody has them hidden somewhere absolutely is one of the most illogical things I have ever witnessed in a true crime missing children's case. That there's no basis to it. It's nothing. We have nothing that even remotely portrays that. So, Kent, for me, I only look at it in the one way of this for Malaya. If she knows that the children are dead, that's the only avenue I entertain with her not doing the actions of what every mother would. That's how I feel about it. If she knows that they are gone and that something happened that night and whatever her information is, maybe she needs to, maybe the RCMP has told her to, who knows? I can only describe her actions of what, if she's showing this because it comes out in the wash that she knew that her children were already gone, absolutely, I would agree with exactly what she's doing. If not, I'm going to absolutely, totally disagree. And there's no other solution of these children being hidden from me at all. I'm not entertaining it myself because this is so far off the beaten path of missing children's cases that it's not realistic. And the only reason why this was brought into the equation was because of Daniel and then Daniel and Darren. And other than that, this was never an afterthought. Well, it wasn't a thought really about that, very little, but most people are speculating, right, that Daniel had something to do with the children. Possibly Malaya knew the answers as well, but there's no forgiveness to me on the actions of a mother unless you know for sure that the children are deceased. So that's where my final word. That's how I see it, and I'm not entertaining that they're missing and hidden somewhere. Um, Whether or not Darren implied that and Daniel or not, it's just if somebody came up with that thought themselves, I again that goes to the conspiracy theorist side, and I don't go that far because Occam's razor is almost always your answer to these cases, which is the simplest line to the truth. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
but
well, and I can understand that, and I'm not talking. Um, when I say the children are safe, I'm not talking. Although everybody thinks that I believe Darren 100%, that's not what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying because the timeline doesn't isn't concrete, and we don't have any information from basically 4 o'clock when they get home, or 3 o'clock whenever they get home from the
right.
trip to town Thursday afternoon till Friday morning. Um, that result, the end result of either the children being safe, because I don't believe they wandered in the woods and got lost and spent enough time out there to pass. I don't. That's not what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying is if you logically think for Malaya's reactions,
Yep.
and like I say, you say that there's only the one
Yep.
scenario that could happen.
For me.
Well, like I say, forgetting what we've been told by Darren, forgetting
Mhm.
timeline, there's enough hours in there that if you believe that Malaya was in a situation that she felt that she needed to get out of, that she would do anything in the world to protect her kids, then you have to have some belief. And like I say, not in Darren's scenario, the way things happen, but you would have to have some belief in Malaya that she would do what she needed to do to protect her children.
This,
Or, or like you say, she knows the end result. Something nefarious happened in the home, and she knows that they're no longer with us.
yeah. See, now, Kent, don't get me wrong, because I absolutely understand what you're saying to me. It's just that, again, for me, this is the reality of true crime, and then all the cases. And so that's to the absurd side, right? So I know that meaning I'm not entertaining that, not because if we took Darren's shit out of there and Daniel's shit, again, if that storyline came at me, I'd call bullshit because because that is so like if she had hid them, trust me, it would not have gone on 2 months, almost to the 3 months. This would not be happening because at some point, then, right, she's going to be in deep shit. She made, okay, again, looking at all the facts, Kent, for me, Daniel, I don't believe for 1 second that Malaya wanted Daniel to touch Meadow. And for me, my opinion is this: she's already, two children are gone. Let's just hypothetically say in her eyes. You think the so for me, you think that if she wants seriously Daniel to even come remotely close to Meadow anymore, right? And I think that that's where she made her mistake, myself. So everything that we're seeing visually, right, visually from Malaya and Daniel. Daniel showing the signs. Daniel, I really hope you're listening again. Okay. Daniel is portraying the absolute signs of a narcissistic personality, someone that doesn't know how to tell the truth, and he builds himself up to be grandiose. The fact that a man can come in here and sit there and make jokes about me eating a KFC bucket or giving birth to one, the fact that he can make a Netflix comment, the fact that he can talk to the Belinda, that shows somebody that literally doesn't give a fuck, and he's playing fuckery on us. I am not buying it. Malaya's comments are all about Daniel being controlling, Daniel being basically caring what everybody thinks, um, of the jealous personality. To Belinda, that comment to Belinda showed you right there that when he said that Malaya was scared of Cody, hell no. She probably wishes she could have had Cody back if he was straightened up, right? I'm sure that Cody was had he not been on the thing, but he was jealous of the fact that Malaya probably still had, thoughts of maybe she didn't at all. But in his warped mind, that's no different than that girl that ended up being with Dion. Same thing. Bitch, you want that, my freaking abuser for 11 years? And you're jealous, you think I'm going to come back into your life? Get over your fucking self. Have my sloppy seconds. But I was so pissed because it was like, you're really jealous of the fact that this guy was an abuser and that I'm going to come back into his life and steal him away. Same thing Daniel's portraying. Almost like, no, 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 no. We don't want Cody. We don't even want you around Cody. So I'm seeing all the symptoms of a person by his own words, right? By his own words, the old Daniel, by this whole portrayal of I'm this, Malaya's shit, basically. She's basically saying controlling. And so that's what's being put in front of us. That stuff that they've put out there in front of us. So there's no denying their own words for this. Now, one of the biggest things, Ken, so that for me leaves out this whole missing shit. That somehow that Malay is just hiding him somewhere 2.5 months later. It's not even in the realm of my scope of thinking. It was for a bit. I entertained it with Darren when I was thinking, because he was giving us false information about Malaya at the end of the driveway and all this other bullshit, right? So I needed to look at that, and I did. And then once I realized that it was just all bullshit, I couldn't even entertain it anymore because I knew in my heart that that line of thinking is so far out of realm. Now, we can't constantly keep hearing about an argument that happened on the Thursday. Darren said it out of his mouth, and Darren said a lot more that I have never told you guys, and I'm still not going to tell you guys because I'm not going to say here I don't have proof of it, right? Just like we don't have proof that Justin's wife, besides someone saying it that you deem as a better source than just a rumor, even though they're saying that Justin's wife, that saw that Justin or was telling people that Justin was texting Malaya to say that Justin was either cheating or going to leave her. Well, it's hard to believe he was going to leave her unless that's a false ass lie that he's trying to portray either. But one thing I do feel that went on that night on Thursday is that from Darren, he got some of his information as well from Logan, right? So I remember him telling me that Logan told him stuff. Now, of course, Logan being Daniels, but the truth is the truth. Janie's acting like You know what? It's not my business. I can hear everything outside, but I can't hear anything. In fact, there was never fighting. That's not the story I'm hearing at all. Right now, where the truth lies with that, based on everything I'm seeing here and between Daniel and Malaya, it comes across to me that the Occam's razor is going to be what typically happens. You got the jealous, um, abusive, controlling, and my member speculation people, um, controlling relationship. And she learned that these children, she knew or learned that these children were no longer there. Could have been because she knew he lied about the blanket and why, is a thought that somebody has said to me, possibly true. This to me is going to fall in, if anything, in my personal opinion. And I could be totally wrong, but this comes across like an abusive, probably even possible rugs, situation that went on, possibly jealousy that led to this whole situation. I, and it could be a reason. I don't know why Malay is not talking. Again, I would only give credence to that is if she knows that they're not here and she's being told, don't say anything. Let him hang himself. Let him drip dry out on the hanger type of thing. Wash line. Oh, Kent went. I was probably talking too long. Hmm. Well, Patty would know. So I don't know the timeline. Darren never said. Where is he? Where's Kent? There's down there. There you are, buddy. Popped out.
Press the
I
wrong
don't.
button.
Yeah. Kent, unless you know, I know Darren said that Patty asked him to come, but I know Darren said, and again, we take it with a grain of salt, but he said that Malaya was talking to her family members and she was wanting to get out of there a couple months prior to when she actually did. Why do I smell bacon? Oh, yeah. Sorry, go on. So, anyways, from what I can see here, and it doesn't make it true, but usually this is the most probable line, which is called Occam's razor. So, do you have a rebuttal?
To what?
Well,
Well,
just meaning that I'm
you
seeing
were,
this.
you were saying Darren said something about Patty, but
Yes.
I
Do you
didn't. I
know?
didn't think you finished the point.
Maybe I didn't. Do you know when Patty asked Aaron to try to go get Malay out of the relationship? Do you know?
He told me a couple months, but
That's what I thought. A couple
yeah,
months, right? And that would be in alignment with the 2 months that I was just talking about.
yeah. But like I say, the only caveat that I say to all that is
Hmm.
that we say that they're all lying, and therefore you can't take their lies to build the story to your side, and then on the other hand say that they're lying.
Well,
If you
but
get what
they
I'm saying.
are. Well, no. I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't agree with you, though, because I certainly can take the information that they put out there to determine my theory. Um, but
Well,
I do,
yes, to
yeah.
determine your theory, but if like what I'm saying is that if it is all lies, part lies, whatever, you can't take lies
Hmm.
and turn it into truth to fit a situation.
Okay.
Your scenario or your theory can be corroborated by the lies because there's going to be points in there that we know even now are being spoken and basically confirmed by multiple people within or out of the family that you can determine that it's not a lie. But
You hurt my.
the,
Swear to God, you just hurt my freaking brain right now. Stop killing my brain cells.
well, I do that
Well,
sometimes.
you know, my thing is this: no matter what, they're all lying. They are all of them, right?
Yeah.
Because if so, let's say Malaya was sleeping, regardless, then we have to start saying that, well, Daniel did something to the children, and Malaya was sleeping and wakes up and is like, well, where the fuck is, like, where are the children, right? And but
Yeah.
anyway, she gives the interview that says that she heard them, that they heard them, right? So it doesn't matter if the fact that Daniel said, like, well, Malaya, this is what happened, and he had her saying things, because she was confused at what was going on and whatever, and neglect, regardless, whatever. It doesn't matter. It still boils down to lying. You know, it
But
still
it's
boils
like
down to lying.
I was in a chat this afternoon, and somebody said, "Well, I definitely believe rugs are involved." And I
Right.
said, "Okay." I said, "If rugs are involved, um, and the mother knew that rugs were a problem, isn't it the obligation of the mother to do whatever she could to get herself and the kids out of that situation? Because there's things that she could do, even if she was scared, that she could do to get herself out of the situation with the
Mhm.
rugs, right?"
Absolutely.
And
Right.
that's where I feel that they're both, although if it was a nefarious action that hurt and unalived the kids, that's probably done by one person.
Yeah.
But they both have to have knowledge
You know. You know.
of that end result, not necessarily know who, what, when, or well, one of them. I can't remember which one I was wanting to leave out. But there's one of them, as far as the end result goes, that she would believe, like you say, in
Mhm.
your theory, that she believes that the kids are deceased, and therefore, um, that's why she wouldn't be speaking. But that doesn't allow her to pay respects to her children in a proper way. That doesn't allow her to memorialize her children in any way. If they were never to be found, one day Meadow would be 18 and be able to go back and talk to her parents if she was taken away from them. And she won't be able to explain what happened to her brother and sister or where they're at. So, in Meadow's eyes, it'll always be that she'll have a missing brother and sister. And I don't think that Malaya would want to continue the rest of her life in that scenario. Or why? Well, I shouldn't say I don't think that she would. I don't know why she would want to.
Why she want to continue on?
Not, yeah, like not be able to tell her other child about her brother and sister
Mhm.
down the road. And that's
Uh,
where I think that she should be, even if they are deceased, that's where I think she should be pleading for her kids to be returned home.
I think it's because she knows that they're not there. That's
Well,
my
that's
opinion.
fine. It's fine to say that and
They're
I'm not saying it's
children.
fine to say that they're deceased, but it's not fine to be able to explain that to your other child, whether she gets custody back and her sister, or she starts asking questions about her brother or sister in 8, 10, 12 years' time,
Mm-hmm.
or if she doesn't get returned to the family and she comes back and finds them when she becomes 18, how do you answer those questions?
I
Other
know.
than the fact to say that, oh, well, I knew they were deceased. I that like I never cared enough for them plead to be home so that we could bury them and be able to go and visit them and memorialize them. Like I can't see a parent not wanting to do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, at the end of the day, Kent, we don't know the answers. We just see
One
what we
day
see.
we hope we will, and we
One
hope
day,
it to be sooner rather
yeah,
than later,
yeah, exactly. All we can
right?
go on now, and all we can go on now, regardless, is the information that's coming out through family members. And does that make it truthful? Absolutely not, as we will well know. You know, it's very sad that we sit here today talking about this case. Absolutely. And there was a comment, I can't remember who said it now, but um, Daniel does, like, well, even I've said, right? I mean, you don't have to make, say, Daniel look like a fool. He does it very well himself. But obviously, we're going to talk about inconsistencies for the people that don't know or are not aware of all the inconsistencies and lies. It's both. It's both. It's inconsistencies in the timeline, and just some of them outright lies. And we can say that because, again, when you have the proof to back that up, then it becomes a lie. He lied about the blanket. That's an outright lie. Okay. He came back and said that. Some of it is just, I'm sure there's some inconsistencies. There has to be some truth somewhat. Obviously, you'd have to be an idiot if you didn't have some truth there, because obviously some of it can be backed up by digital, cellular, satellite, and Celebrate, right? And your phones, right? All that stuff. So there's certain
There's certain
information.
info.
Oh, coming to the speakers there. Um, 1 second here. I don't know if Malaya has a. Oh, she has a lawyer. Oh, okay. Don't even get me started. Can't talk for a second, and I need to grab something because of this comment. Now it reminds me of a comment that Daniel made. Another
Yeah,
one of.
yeah,
Or,
no, I think we can be safe assured that the information we got about Malaya having a lawyer and that it's the chief's brother,
mhm.
I think that information can considered to be truthful, and the fact that when Sonny checked it out, the chief does have a brother. He does practice both family and criminal law. So native or Malaya is back with her native family and everything. So I think that would be totally reasonable to suspect. And if uh, the chief's brother is not the actual lawyer per se because of a possible conflict of interest, I'm not saying that he has one, but possibly, I'm sure he would have somebody that would be able to represent her in
For Pete's sake, stupid.
in the situation. I don't think, like I say, there's enough information there that we're pretty sure that it is a case where she does have a lawyer, and I
Hmm.
don't. And everybody says, "Well, why hasn't the lawyer spoken?" And that's another question. Like, I know if I was Malaya, I'm going to put myself in her shoes now, and people might not think that I can or I should do that, but what I'm saying is once she was safe at her mother's place, or even if she didn't believe she was safe then, when she got back, because she's now believed to have left her mother's again and is back um, on the reserve in Cuba with the chief and others and members of her Brooks family. Why didn't her lawyer just release a statement on behalf of his client saying, Malaya's heartbroken. I'm heartbroken. I want to have my kids returned. Da 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 da. Finish the sentence the way that you feel appropriate. Because she did say some of that in her interview. If you remember back to her interview, she said that the night before was the worst night of her life, not having them in her bed. So that was Friday night. They weren't in their beds. Um, she wanted her kids home. She missed them, and they were filled, and she was filled with sorrow. So once she got a lawyer, if she didn't want to be seen as giving anything else out to the public, why didn't she just have her lawyer to repeat that statement when she, because I believe when she done that interview, she would be totally emotional and everything else, but not saying that she's not emotional a couple weeks later, but I think the lawyer could help her portray it as a more confident statement in saying, listen, I want my kids returned, that, and finish the sentence the way that you feel that you have to. So I that's one of the reasons why I asked, why didn't her lawyer speak? I can see why they're not out there every day making statements or claims or whatever. But why didn't, at one point in time when she received counsel of the lawyer, why didn't he say, okay, we're going to release another statement, we're going to go over what you said, we'll prepare it, and it didn't even, wouldn't even have to be on an interview again. The lawyer could have just given a press release and say, I'd like to release a statement on behalf of my client, and then state the statement. But so, like, the lawyer's been as quiet as Malaya, and I don't see any reason for the lawyer to not have made a statement. There's no gag order, Shar, on the gag order is on the Meadows custody case. There is no gag order on the missing children's case, because if there was, more than one person would be arrested by now for contempt or breaking a gag order. The gag order is on, and if you're saying that he can't make a statement because he's acting as the family lawyer, that's why I said that in the missing persons case, If he didn't want to be the one making it because of a conflict of interest, then he could have had another lawyer on Malaya's behalf make the statement. That's what I said earlier.
What did just question here? I have to go see if if bills to pay. Thank you.
Hey Francis, super chat. 20 Canadian dollars, you're awesome.
I'll put that up.
Thank you. I truly believe Tim woke up and he was rushed into jail and now are missing. As Saturday came, she put it together, went into the ambulance and broke down. I think he did it. She knows they are gone.
You know, thank you, Faye, for that super chat. There's a big piece of me that believes that, to be honest with you. Like a big piece. Like, I'm just, again, like anybody, I'm just trying to work out the thoughts, right? I'm trying to work out the actions, uh, to me and in my opinion. And to me, Daniel, you go ahead and keep fucking yourself over, dude, with your bullshit, regardless, okay? Either way, that man does not know how to tell the truth. If it bit him in the butt, he's inconsistent. Again, there's no need of this in a missing children's case when you were the primary careholder with Malaya of this. Now, like it's not me going like I'm here to protect Malaya. Both sides, Daniel and Malaya, they are behind Jack and Lily to me. Jack and Lily deserve the truth. That's all I'm seeking myself, like you guys as well. Out of all this freaking circus going on, out of all these inconsistencies, these webs, watching Daniel's actions to everything, watching Malaya, what she's not doing or is doing. But there's still, like I said, using my own brain cells, I still, at the forefront of what I'm seeing myself, is definitely this relationship that was narcissistic, controlling. Um, like, and Kent, I know that, from your perspective as a male, that it's not the same feelings that you could possibly have. Just like if you don't have a child, no one could ever speak about being a parent unless they are a parent. So I don't want to take away from you on that part, Kent. But when you are on the side of watching and looking from a female point of view, if you've been in a controlling narcissistic relationship, uh, to me, these are the telltale signs of that. Um, Between Malaya's texts, Malaya's actions, Daniel's actions, okay, we know bottom line is there should be no lies at all. Should be no lies at all. Um, I so my looking at the gist of this for me, Occam's razor, is that everything that I'm seeing that I went through, and how and what I'm seeing Daniel do, and his words and Malaya's words is speaking to me and my heart as a victim of domestic violence. I don't call myself a victim though. Yeah, I'm a more like a warrior. I took it. It was my own fault. I didn't have to stay in it, but I did out of love because you think someone loves you, right? All those signs that women go through when they're in this type of relationship, you know. eh, Dion did drugs, pot. I ended up doing it too because honestly, I never touched this shit until I met him, but it was my own choice, right? Smoked pot, did hash, did oil, whatever, blah, blah, blah. A couple little stronger things, mushrooms, ass, but that stopped when I was 21. And that was with the weed part. The other stuff stopped earlier. But, anyways, but I'm just, because I've been in this situation and I'm seeing the representation to me of looking at everything that they've said, this reminds me of a jealous person that tried to control Malaya And that for whatever reason, like I said, there's a child involved. A lot of us stay in these. I stayed in mine for 11 years. 11 years. Now, by the same token, Malaya, she had a relationship with Cody, right? She wanted out of there, right? Melinda's already talked about that. Now because it's almost like Kent is that lots of times we find ourselves falling for these bad boys in a sense, the ones that
I
we
get
shouldn't
that.
would be with, but we end up being with. So meaning maybe Malaya, right? Got it, made some bad choices, and those choices might be biting her definitely in the ass right now for those choices. And then she'll have to live with whatever consequences come out of all this. But just for me, from the aspect of me personally looking at their words and what this means, I'm not seeing no missing children hidden anywhere. All I'm seeing is someone. I, well, I'm going to show you something in a sec. Thank you, Faye, for the super chat. Um, I do want to go to some of Daniel's messages, the newer ones. Did you have anything to say before I did that?
Nope.
Okay, so I'm going to bring up some of these newer messages by Daniel. Um, and you know what, Daniel, I know you're watching. You know what, Daniel? Just because I know you should be doing something else, right? I know you should be doing something else. I'm going to throw out some staplers for you. Those are free of charge because this is about Daniel, right? I'm speaking to you personally, Daniel. This is about Jack and Lily. First, let's bring those little beautiful children up. This is about them. There is no excuse at all. So, like I said, I only give Malaya the excuse that if she knows the children are dead, and that she knows and told like Belinda, I 100% have faith in the RCMP. Take it for what it's worth. Again, I'm not going to give her a pass because obviously, she knows what has transpired through all of this. Whether it's because she stayed in a relationship by chance, in my opinion, if that's the case. But I definitely can see it from the angle of what's happening, her actions, if this is the case. If it's not, then absolutely not. Then absolutely not. People can do what they want, whatever, regardless, right? But she has to live with herself regardless of her actions. So if this is again because of she needs to or she's told to or she has to keep quiet, then so be it. Then and those actions turn out to be true for what why she's not coming out, then again, then we'll know the truth hopefully at that point. But she's not coming out, right? We don't know what her actions are. We don't know what truly she knows or doesn't know. Uh, Again, but we're watching a little monkey, you know, uh, dance around and sitting there going in and out of whatever, acting like he's special. But let's get into that for a second, shall we? Because this is the joke of it. But anyway, so I'm gonna share my screen here, and we're gonna go to here. This one, okay, untitled. I'm going to take us off the screen so that people can see it bigger. Okay. Okay. 1 second. If I do this, is that better even? Yes, it is. Okay. So Daniel's been making his rounds saying, different shit amongst his different channels, whatever. Um, so Daniel says, believe it or not, Lily had a black eye from Wednesday, 2 days before the disappearance. A Tonka truck swung and it hit her in the eye, or sorry, in the face at Patty's house. She she pushed down on it when she was going around the floor. Okay, so Daniel tells us about this. Like Daniel has told us a lot of things that probably shouldn't be told. Now, in that one, he says, believe it or not, Lily had a black eye. Now, in this one down here on our live, Daniel says, Lily gave Jack the black eye in the photo. So that sounds like it's two different things. Would you agree, Kent? One is about the photo Belinda saw, the other is 2 days before the children went missing.
Yes, I believe that he was saying that Lily gave Jack the black eye when the school called
Mm-hmm.
CPS and the CPS came and checked it out. I believe that is the one incident. And then the other incident is for why he offered it, because as far as I know, before he made that statement, there wasn't anything out there about Lily receiving a black eye Wednesday at Patty's when they were there doing laundry. So why he had to make that statement, I don't have a clue.
Sorry, did you say something about Darren there, or am I wrong?
No,
Oh, okay. My bad. Um, Again, what the heck? Why did he even need to tell us about this one
that's
at
what I'm saying.
all?
I don't know why he had to, because as far as I seen on any other the channels, I don't think they were talking about Lily having a black eye. They were talking about Jack having
Yeah,
black eyes, because when Belinda was on, as she was speaking, eyes just came out, but she corrected it the night after that, stating that it was one eye and not multiple eyes. So,
right.
but I know that there was different channels talking, saying about both eyes, but nobody had anything that I've heard or seen that Lily had a black eye 2 days before they went missing.
Good. And right. And what do you think about Dorothy says? Was a black eye the reason the school was told Lily had a cough? That's a thought. Obviously, we can't verify that with anything, but honestly, that's actually a good thought.
It's when you go back to the statement that Malaya said to Belinda, I believe it was, that she was protecting the children from CPS,
Right.
then that makes sense.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
she received a black eye on Wednesday
Yeah.
while they were getting laundry or doing laundry, and she called them in sick on Thursday and Friday
Mm-hmm.
to allow the black eye to pass,
Yeah.
because she was afraid
Yeah.
with a
Yes.
second black eye,
Absolutely.
then the school would be mandated to report it again.
Mm-hmm.
And if they didn't believe that Lily gave Jack the first black eye,
Mm-hmm.
well, now that there's a second black eye,
Right.
they might just show up and take custody until they were able to investigate the black
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah. You know what? I think you hit the nail on the head with that. Um, I think that's exactly right. And no, Daniel didn't expect. Right, there's certain things that Daniel doesn't expect. There's quite a few things, and that he's not privy to, and other things he does. But anyways, no, he didn't expect this to come out. He felt like probably it was safe in a cookie jar over there, and then Belinda talked about it, and now and then all of a sudden. But anyways, he brings up this. He didn't have to at all. But it's almost like that person that knows their own guilt, in my opinion, and has to keep justifying shit to make shit seem like to keep adding to a storyline so that, well, this happened because of this, and nope, like, why would he, like, what dumbass would even bring this out? Honestly, now, in saying that, obviously he's used Patty's name. What's he going to say next? That Patty didn't see it happen or something? I don't know. Because obviously Patty could verify this message about the Tonka truck, right? And it
Right?
could be possibly true that Lily had a black eye from the Tonka truck. It could be absolutely true. And that, just like you said, right, that they didn't want CPS involved again. So that's why they called him in. Now, of course, Daniel, he has said, well, I didn't even know that Malaya was even going to call the children in on Friday. That's news to me. Yeah, whatever on that. But, I still believe that Daniel called the school. Well, I mean, Malaya could have too. Who knows? Whatever. Some of this stuff is like, whatever. Um, but I think that's a good reason, Kent, because, yeah, when she said trying to protect them from CPS, you
We
know,
were all asking the question, what the hell is she saying? Protect them from CPS.
yeah, 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 you know. And so, again, the thing is that in his words, he now makes it so that Patty can verify this information. Then, right? It could be true, but that's up to you to ask Darren because he can talk to Patty, right?
Well, from one discussion that I did have with Darren,
Yeah,
um, Patty,
isn't it well?
um, what did he say? I want to say it as truthful or exactly as possible.
Okay.
He he hadn't been able to get a hold of Patty on the phone,
Hmm.
but he was over to Patty's last week. And remember I was telling you
Yeah,
that he said that Patty wasn't
doing too
doing the
well.
best and having some heart problems or whatever. And he didn't say why he couldn't get a hold of her on the phone. I don't know if it was his, but he said that he had called a couple times and just the
Right.
phone went to messaging.
That's right. It dawned on me after I said that. It just reminded me that
Yeah.
hopefully Patty's doing well. So prayers to Patty, you guys. Um, that whatever is she is going through or not feeling well or whatever it is. So make sure prayers to Patty, guys. That's Malaya's grandmother. Okay, that's the one that wanted Darren to take Malaya out of her situation. So good grandma, good grandma.
Anyway, Sonny,
You're gonna
I
pop
was up
down.
here. Oh yeah, I was up here longer than I thought it would be, but it's
All right.
not been a bad live night, and I think we'll be able to have a discussion again.
Yep.
And like I say, everybody within the Pictou County, Colchester, Antigonish region, you're more than welcome to attend the fundraiser event. Awareness is what we need to bring Jack and Lily home, and hopefully we get answers sooner than later.
Yep. Absolutely.
Night, everyone.
Good night. Thanks, Kent. Think I got a boot you here. Yeah. One sec. Kick from studio. Kick guest on there. Okay. Um. Okay. So we'll take that down. Okay. So I only again put in Daniel's comments instead of other people's on there. So, anyways, in the first one up here, it says, I'm not sure if Malaya checked on the kids when marking them absent. I was asleep at 6:17 a.m. That's the Thursday. One second. One second. Um, I'm not sure what that. Not sure what that conversation is there. Okay, going back to this. Okay, so we've heard Daniel say and Logan that, of course, big help, surround you in light. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Good. Thanks, Kent. Okay. Um. Thank you, Karen. Okay. So, of course, We heard Daniel say it, Malaya say it, not Malaya, sorry, Logan say it, that the RCMP was shocked when she left. Remember? This is when Malaya um, basically comes out of that press conference, goes into an ambulance, couldn't even look at him, he says. Couldn't even look at him, right? And then he says she left right in front of the major crime unit investigators, too, right? Okay. Daniel Martell, did you, I know Malaya wanted to leave you. Did you two have an argument the night before that morning? Of course. Thanks, Marlene. Of course, he says, right? No argument. That's a perspective many have, though, right? Okay. So I'm just going through some of the messages he says recently again. Um, Let me just go to this one. Oh, wait. I didn't need this one. Oof. Out of there. Okay. Hold on. Slow down the questions. That would help, Daniel says. Yeah, I asked it. Just keep sitting in chat. Then, Daniel, you guys, this is a big shocker here that a narcissist, in my opinion, I already have access to the best lawyers. I already have access. Do you think the Colonel Sanders? You think the Colonel Sanders is his lawyer asking for a friend? I already have access to the best lawyers with his big house and his big mouth. Absolutely. You must, it's probably the payment to the Netflix deal that he's talking about, that he's about to receive. That one. So notice everything is the best. I'm the greatest, Dad. They called me Dad, right? They called me Dad. Was that for Cody to see that they called me Dad? Is that is that more little spit in somebody else's face when you spit in Belinda's face? Because that's how I see that. Always got to throw in digs. Always got to throw in digs. Okay. Best lawyer. Best lawyers. My bad. My bad. Best lawyers. Yeah. It's. It, I don't even know that I could even explain this type of dumb. Like, honestly. The best lawyers. What are you going to do? Sell the trailer? Ask your mommy? Sell the trailer? It's probably going to cover the first day. What else you got there, Daniel? What else? What other money you got hiddenly stashed, considering you guys were having money issues, but you can somehow retain the best lawyers? My ass. My ass, you do. My effing ass. Liar. But go ahead. Go ahead. Do you want to tell us who your lawyers are? And then we'll just phone them and then confirm? Oh, wait, but it's only access. Access. It must be that celebrity status you have got going on there. Must be. Anyway, but blame the kids. Yep. Let's see here. The Occam's razor, Daniel's primary responsible for the main crime. In your opinion, right? Exactly. Mom is guided. Malaya felt guilty for letting the kids be around an addict. Mike Smith, I got probabilities, and to me, the probabilities say no. Not sure what the probabilities were. Sell some of those rare Pokemon cards. White Shed. Why wasn't I thinking of that? Thank you for reminding me. Why did he even address it? And not right. Like, I feel like I'm watching a version of Dumb and Dumber. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like a wackadoodle, Beverly Hillbillies, freaking playing out real, by someone that constantly says how great they are. They got the best lawyers. They're going to do a Netflix deal. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he's planning on purchasing KFC, to be honest. You know, maybe I could give birth to some chickens for you, Daniel. I could help you along. Figure I could squeeze about 20 into this baby every couple months. Absolutely. Daniel, you're the greatest. You're the most awesomest person I know. Oh, wait, what about Lily and Jack, Daniel? What about Lily and Jack? How about them? Don't, the, don't their lives matter? Shouldn't you be out there chasing down that vehicle that had, some relatives in it of Malaya's? Shouldn't you be out there chasing that down, figuring it out? But no. Instead, you're sitting at home every day, talking in chats. Doesn't get old to do. Or maybe you're working now, but you're saving it all for after work, right? You know, I vote every time. Well, absolutely. Like, I have seen enough of these type of messages from Daniel that honestly, they it's like they don't even interest me anymore. But I know that they interest the mass population out there. It's because how high can you stack manure? Like, at what point does the manure stop growing? Right? Every time Daniel goes into a chat and says something or contradicts himself. But okay, okay, let's play your game, Daniel. Let's pretend on there. It's like, but it, but and that's the part. Like me holding my anger in again. Two children missing, and this fucker's coming in and out of chats, freaking acting like he's literally. I'm just giving you guys the truth, just telling you guys everything I know. You know, you're being helpful to who on the internet really anymore? I think you've done enough damage for yourself, but okay, okay, Daniel, keep adding to it. The truth is going to come out. And when the truth comes out, well, I wonder how often you'll be in a chat room, in my opinion. Wonder how often you will be. Maybe it will be by a telephone call, right? You have 1 minute left to talk. Your time is about to expire. There's Mama Janie. Ding ding. No, 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 no. I'll put some more money in there. I'll put some money in the commentary for you. In my opinion, Daniel. My Mike Sunny says no chance. I'm holding on to hope and prayer for the best outcome. Yeah, well, considering their story's not true, it's very unlikely. Everyone wants the best outcome. Everyone does. Is it going to happen? Big chance? Not at all. But even if there's a sliver of hope, obviously hold on to it. Is it realistic? Well, it's not if you're looking at how these cases go. Um, it's one in a couple million, maybe a million, right? You have cases like Elizabeth Smart, and then you're like, oh my God, after all those years. The thing is that, like Ken was saying, guys, that even if I take Daniel and Darren out of the equation, it's just so, you know what? I love to believe in hope, but I'm also a realist by the same token, right? I don't want to have to think that way. Of course not. But I'm a realist as well. Yeah, I know, right? Daniel, if you could say one thing to Jack and Lily, what would you say? How about if Jack and Lily could say one thing to you, what do you think that they would say? Jack and Lily could say one thing to you, Daniel, right? As you're going along with all these little mistruths and lies and inconsistencies. What do you think Jack and Lily would say to you, Daniel? Daniel is the culprit. Well, you got to say in your opinion. Feel bad for who? Feel bad for who? You couldn't write this as a script, even if they did. No one would watch it. It's so far fetched. Well, I'm gonna have to disagree on you with that. That's like saying the Vallow case, right? And people are so freaking in tune with that case. So I disagree. People love conspiracies. People love um, documentaries on high profile cases. So he's just not going to get no Netflix deal, right? There may have been an argument about how they were going to handle additional bruises. Again, it's all speculation. But I think that, like I said, it's okay for us to have our own thoughts, what we feel, absolutely. Um, and then we're gonna wait for the RCMP. Like, giddy up, RCMP, get on your freaking mounted horses there. Oh, it won't shock me if he does not. I'm sure. Like, let's just hypothetically say that gonna sit behind bars for a long time, right? He's gonna be a Christopher Watts. Yeah. Anyone want my autograph from prison? Anybody? I'm a big celeb in here. Everyone wants to talk to me. I'm so special. That's how I see that, in my opinion. He should be in the chat with all the KFC talk, right? It's making me hungry, to be honest. KFC's like right there. Right there. Grow up, Daniel. Donate to your toys. I want to remind you guys of something, right? Kent was in our private chat with Lana's group, right? Daniel, of course, brought his button there. Can't resist. He lurks at it all the time, you guys. Even when he's not talking, that man is freaking like fucking caught it. Like he's just everywhere, right? It's like boop 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 boop, whack a mole, right? Like that man's everywhere. But so Kent shows us the sign for the first time for those grass signs, right? Daniel was right there. He didn't put a heart on the sign. He didn't even say, you know what, thank you guys for all you're doing for Jack and Lily. When the hell do you guys ever see thanks for all you're doing for Jack and Lily? Maybe a couple times in 2 months and 20 days? Wait, but I couldn't believe it. I was just waiting. Daniel, do you have a heart, dude? Do you have a heart that has a pulse? Because who would not be grateful for all the work? And he couldn't even be asked to say thank you, Kent, or anything. It went crickets right after that. Crickets. You know what? So kiss my butt, Daniel. If I have hairs on my ass cheeks, kiss those too. In fact, pluck them out, to be honest with you. Because that is just shows you again just how much Daniel is working so hard to find Jack and Lily. Damn, he pisses me off to no end. That a stepfather claiming to be, dad, making a mockery out of Jack and Lily's case. But the thing is that it's, we're not going to laugh, at you, Daniel. No, sorry, we're not going to laugh with you, Daniel. We're going to laugh at you when the truth of all this comes out, to be honest with you. You know, like I said, it's your circus, your monkeys. You got a puppet there that speaks for you named Darren. That's why you wanted me to unblock Darren the other night. So, because you couldn't speak for yourself because you're a wuss. You don't have the balls or the gumption to come up. No, you want to use Darren to be your voice. Unblock Darren so he can speak. How about you get up your ass and speak? Oh, that's right. You're saving that for the news. You're saving yourself for Netflix. What a joke, right? That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. He's a joke. We call them fuck. That's what I call them, fucktards. Absolutely. Okay, that's a new one to me. Bullshitters. Okay. Danny boy, your time is coming. To me, it's ironclad. Hi, Kenny. Hi, Marie Antoinette. How are you? The only avoiding in Gairloch fried bread. Daniel, get a job. I think, well, he does have a job, in all fairness. How often he works right now, who knows? You know, I mean, I bet you better be saving up for those lawyers. I got access to the best lawyers. Yeah, well, I got access to a stapler. Okay, let me. 45 minutes from the human trafficking hub of Canada. Hello, Mike Smith. Yeah, remember, there's legal aid lawyers. Absolutely. He's on the case with Derwin and CBC. Call in, Daniel. Go ahead, Daniel. Come on now. You know we're besties. You know that it's a love-hate relationship here. Go ahead, Daniel. Come on. Call in. I swear, Daniel, I'm not going to offer your mama muffins. I'm not going to offer her any booze. I'm simply going to offer KFC all around. No expense. I'll spare no expense. Hot dibbity damn. Let's go, Daniel. Come on now. Let's go. Yeah. Isn't it so great, though? This is what gets me. When somebody hides behind a computer, they can talk all the shit that they want, right? They can talk all the shit that they want. Are you a man or a mouse? I'm a mouse. Man or a mouse? Oh, I'm a mouse. So it's so amazing what spews out of people's mouth, in a sense, behind a computer. But he doesn't have the nutsack to come up and talk about it on anybody's channel or anywhere, because he's saving them, you guys, for the interviews. Who's bad mood tonight? You're in a bad mood tonight? Why are you in a bad mood tonight? Did Daniel do something to you, Colleen? What? Karen thinks I'm too sexy for my chair. Yeah, too sexy for my chair. Too sexy for my hair. Right there. Now I'm just having fun. Okay, fun craft. Lindsay, yes. Like Netflix bought YouTube. True enough. Have paid parents to hide the children from some crazy true crime fictitious show. Okay, I'm probably way behind. Well, if you're in a bad mood, then you're probably best to leave. Because if you're going to say something that's going to make me boot you, then you're probably best to leave. If you can't handle the heat, then stay out of the kitchen. He won't talk live but messages. Absolutely. So we know he's playing games. Lori Vallow. Oh my God. That's a conniving one, isn't she? There's a difference there. Lori really is smart. Lori Lori is she might have definitely some freaking issues going on, but she's smart. She's definitely smart. Good night, Breaking Beats. Good night. Okay. Um, what if he don't? I I'm not sure what you're talking about, Colleen. No one's calling him a murderer. You can't say that, right? You have to say it in our opinion. If you want to, like I said, you can have your own thoughts. And if you're a bad mood, nobody's calling him a murderer. So that's up to you. If you think someone's saying that, then that's up to you. But you can't say that because there's no proof of it. I don't know how many times we have to go over that, right? We've said this all along, every single time. You have to say speculation, in your opinion, my theory. And if you don't, well, then you should. Now, wait, see, there's so many comments I'm missing. Maybe I should just talk. No, Colleen, maybe you should leave, to be honest. Because let me get real with you. There is no innocent until proven guilty. In his case, absolutely innocent until proven guilty, right? But that the whole statement is the biggest crock of shit I ever heard. Tell that to the people that are arrested, that are basically because every evidence leads to their guilt, right? So again, I could have, anyone could have their speculation. You know what, Colleen? Maybe you best leave because you're probably going to annoy me because obviously, duh. How many times have we said this? Every single live. If your ears don't work and your brain cells are lacking something tonight, we have said this over and over again. Now, it is not rocket science that Daniel and Malaya were the ones in care of Jack and Lily. Duh. What do you think happened to the children? They're not out in the woods. They weren't frickin' by some random person. So who could have done something to Jack and Lily? Tell me otherwise. Tell me your own spec. Anyways, I'm not dealing with your type of dumbness right now. So maybe it's best you do go. How many times do we have to say it? Right? It's speculation. So I can't deal with it. Sonny, calm your shit. Calm your shit, Sonny. All right, Colleen, come back here. I'm sorry. I need to apologize. No, actually, I'm not sorry. Go grab some brain cells. Puppet master, ventriloquist. Hi, Sonny. Hi, Sonny. Narcissist war for the first case. There shouldn't be no lies. Well, that's just it. That's just it. So, Colleen, go grab some brain cells. Come back tomorrow, after you've thought about this, because there's lying going on. There's proof. There's literally proof. Who lies? Who lies? Wait, is that a different Colleen? That's a different Colleen, isn't it? Wait, no, it's the same Colleen. No, it's the same one. Don't you guys ever answer the questions that the crowd asks? Now you're just a fucking bitch right now. Now you're just getting out of here. Now take your little ass, okay? And let's just shoo you away because you're an idiot. Ban. There. Now I feel better. I feel so much better. Thank you for coming in, Colleen. Just so I can take a little bit of this release off of somebody who's playing games against two kids. Thank you. Appreciate that. What if Daniel is completely innocent and you're wrong about everything? Who cares? It's speculation. How can you be so sure there's no concrete evidence? Exactly. It's speculation. I know you don't mean me disrespect, but again, how many times do we have to say this? Okay, there's two people that are clearly have lied. Malaya and Daniel. Who's the one speaking out? Who's the one with the... So what do you mean? He could be completely innocent. I've never taken away from that. I've always stated that. I wish people would grow some eardrums. All the time, though. Rachel, no offense. Not really yelling at you. But all the time, though. How many times on a live do I have to sit there and say whether charges come against them or maybe they don't? How many times do I have to say speculation? What are we going to do? Talk about frickin' the flowers on the wall? Right? We're going to talk about frickin' the lilies? I should probably bad choice of words on that one. But you know what I mean? It's like ridiculous. So what are we supposed to talk about? I mean, we can talk about Jack and Lily all day long. Or we can talk about, of course, why there's lies in this case. And we can keep the awareness about it. And we can show you all the dumb shit that's being said. So I don't care if he's innocent of all this. He could be. He's still a liar. Why would you lie during two missing? I hope you don't have kids. I hope you don't have kids. and that you watch your turd walk around like this and sit there and lie and play games. I truly hope you don't have kids. No, I know. No, it's actually used to be really good, Tinkerbell. But the KFC over here sucks. So Janie and Mac. Yeah, again, I'm not going to repeat myself 1,000 times. We don't know who's guilty, who's not. We don't know. But certainly you don't lie during an investigation of 2 children missing. We know that much, don't we? Either of them. Well, again, I mean, I'm sure if we did a poll right now, which reminds me, let's go to the poll. Um, did something happen to Jack and Lily on Thursday? 58% believe that. Uh, I'd be in agreement with that. I know it is good, but this one over here, no offense. Maybe it's just sorry, no offense, but maybe I don't know that they're following the freaking recipe over there. You know, because this is like the worst one. But I'm a sucker for it because it's the closest one. I think a certain guy is baiting you for a mistake, to be honest. I don't know what you mean by that, to be honest, Charles. You talking about Kent? Talking about Daniel? He's saving it up for the next. Okay, I gotta have to scroll down. Wait, Belinda said something. Oh, right, Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily. There we go. I'm amazed you're still here, Colleen. I did not. God dang you. Open your ears. Did you not hear what I said? Do you only hear parts of what I'm saying? Come on. I'm going to have to boot you to stupidity here. I literally said, hypothetically, imagine if. Imagine. I don't know where your eardrums are at today. But you're really starting to get on my nerves because you obviously don't listen to anybody but your own voice as you're typing. I can call him a liar because he told himself he was a liar. Who's the one that said that the blanket wasn't Lily's? And who's the one 3 weeks later that said it was Lily's? Who's the one that said he was on an ATV? Who's the one that said he wasn't on an ATV? Who's the one that said Malaya was on the phone and she asked him? Who's the one that said he came out of the trees, and Malaya was on the phone? Who's the one that's being inconsistent? Who's the one that's saying if sweaters? Okay, ain't me. Come on. Seriously. You want to have your thoughts, go right ahead. But I certainly, if you're going to twist my words and you're going to make it sound like I've never said, I sit there all live long going, in my opinion, allegedly. Because that's what you have to do. Because I didn't fall off a turnip truck and I've been in true crime for 5 years. So you might as well just call me a moron every time you open up your mouth, Colleen, and say something stupid. That's not your opinion. You're basically saying, actually, hold on. You guys, I'm not mad, by the way. 1 second. Colleen, grow a fucking brain cell, and I'm going to boot your ass just because I can't take your stupidity. Fair enough? Works for me. Does it work for you? Oh, wait, you're gone. Bye. Sorry, guys. Can't do stupid people like that. She was irritating me now. Fuckery going on with 2 children. 2 children. And this becomes a joke? Now, hold on. Dude, I don't think we finished reading these. Oh, right. We didn't, actually. Hold on. I gotta scroll down. Thank you. I love me a little bit, too. Okay, Sonny, I trust you. No, but come on. You guys, honestly, if people come to the live and they want to act that stupid and try to twist it as if I'm saying that Daniel was in jail or that I'm saying that he, you know what I mean? Grab some brain cells, go watch somebody else. Okay? Again, I've been doing true crime for 5 years. You don't think I know what I have to say? Listening to, sorry, Colleen for freaking, every time I come across a message, it was just dumber and dumber. They're looking for Netflix deals, on a remake, part 20 of Dumb and Dumber. Colleen, you want to apply for it? Okay, let's go back to this. Street strike, you're out. Yeah, yeah. You know what? When it comes to this case, it's about Jack and Lily, first and foremost, right? But obviously on the side, right? We know, what are we doing right now? We're biding time. Why are we biding time? Because we're not the ones going to make the arrest if there's arrest coming. We're not the ones that are going to put out the information. The RCMP is. So what do we do in the meantime? We talk about the case. We keep Jack and Lily's awareness out there, regardless, however it is, right? Even those dumbass AI people that are putting out those freaking lying ass videos, people are still becoming aware of the case. And if people become interested off of a fake AI video, and then they start really learning about the case and become invested, and they share it with their friends, because now, it's the whole trickle effect. Drama causes drama causes a lot, to be honest. Daniel, go ahead, Daniel, keep talking. Obviously, you keep that by Dan, and this is Daniel, right? He knows this, right? By Daniel speaking up, right? Like, in a sense, it's one of those twisted things that, yeah, it keeps the case awareness out there. By Darren stirring the pot, we should almost, in some ways, thank him a little bit, because he was telling such bullshit that people were getting pissed off, because all of you guys, right, including myself, started possibly thinking, or some people did, that the children were hidden. Who wouldn't love that outcome? So, because of all Darren's bullshit, created this storm that caused people to come out. Now, Darren's probably going to feed his own ego by that, when really, still, he's sucking ass to Daniel over there. Whatever, right? Again, everyone has their own path, everyone has their own truth, but we're talking about Jack and Lily and wanting the truth. So, what are we supposed to do? You want me to just sit here on the live and stare out my window and you guys can watch? Put up Jack and Lily's face and that's it? Or are we going to talk about the inconsistencies that are going on? Absolutely. This is true crime. Duh. 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 Answers for Lily and Jack. So ask yourself again, who's making a mockery of this? Who's making a joke of this? Is it both Daniel and Malaya? Is it Daniel? Is it Malaya? Just Malaya and Daniel cheated on Daniel's. What? Just Malaya and Daniel cheated on Daniel's ex-wife today. What? Wait, that's some sort. Hold on. Let me absorb this, Layla. Jess, Malaya, and Daniel cheated on Daniel's ex-wife. Malaya and Daniel cheated on Daniel's ex-wife, Christy. Later, his ex wouldn't allow the kid to visit Jaden. Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe. I don't know. Definitely got no receipts. Um, I will. I said, oh, I never fixed that yet, did I? Remember were Lily and Jack's voices, right? Lily and Jack's voices. At the end of the day, again, um, I'm here for one purpose, and it was never for the family members, ever. It's not what it was about. It was about following a case for Jack and Lily. That's it. Whether Belinda ever spoke to me, whether Daniel ever spoke to me, didn't matter. Didn't matter. It's not at the forefront of my brains, right? I don't usually reach out to people, but I reached out to Belinda just because I saw her posting stuff about Jack and Lily, where a lot of other people weren't. But I kept seeing her little posts for Jack and Lily, and I just felt like this person cares about Jack and Lily. That's the reason why I was hearting and making a couple comments about it, right? Now, again, if Malaya never says a word, so be it. It's not my children, it's her children. She has to deal with whatever it is herself. Daniel has to deal with his own demons or whatever himself. They both have to, right? Whether Malaya knows that they're not on this planet or not, she still will. If she doesn't, she still has to live with the fact that she put herself in a position to be with Daniel. If Daniel did nothing and Malaya did something and hid the children and Daniel was clueless, okay, I can't even believe that, but whatever, let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. Then so be it. It's it's their demons that they have to deal with. They're not mine. I'm here for Jack and Lily. Always. Right? Even if somebody rattles me a little bit with stupidity, I'm not rattled. I'm amazed at the stupidity, but I'm not rattled. And her stupidity was Colleen's, that she kept twisting and acting like I wasn't saying hypothetically in my information. She doesn't have enough brain cells to belong in this group, so I booed her. I'm not dealing with that type of stupidity. Either people understand what I'm saying, and I'll never sit there and accuse Daniel or Malaya or Jamie. Of course not. I might feel it. I might feel in my heart what the right answer is. And that's all we have to always remember. Say whatever you want, as long as you say, in my opinion, you know, in my own theory is. That's just like anybody out there talking, you know. Some of these people try to come in that are little newbies to true crime, acting like they're fucking know-it-alls of the world, you know. I ain't a fucking know-it-all. I got a lot to learn still. But I know when it comes to a case what's important. I don't lose sight of Jack and Lily. Even if to some people it might seem I do, I'm not. But what I'm supposed to do? Stare out my window, pick my nose? The longer I stay during a live, the longer more people see it. The more likes it gets. The more it goes out into the algorithm. Like I said, I wasn't born yesterday. I know exactly what I'm doing. Very much. Mm-hmm. Wendy, I agree. Good to see you here, sweetness. Rachel, anytime. Okay, I keep saying there's no way Malaya would have felt safe staying another night at the compound. Who was there that night? I know Patty. No, her two aunts. Her two aunts. I get what you're saying. I get it. Wait, thank you, Wendy. What did Wendy say? What did Wendy say? I'm sorry, Belinda. Pray for the ignorant comments I read earlier on Dolly's channel. There's people being ignorant to Belinda. Well, she knows where her safe place is here. That would never fly in this channel. Can you out this into simpleton form? Hmm. Can't remember my train of thought now. Seen something where Belinda said something. Well, you know what? Let's just say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Right, Janie? Probably didn't like it that I said it that way. Right, Janie? Let's just say that, Janie. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Does it, Janie? There's no way Malaya would have. Oh, yes, right, this comment. What do you guys think of that? Because I've thought about that, Diana. I've thought about that. That would have to, you know what, that would have to be one of those scenarios to me where if she thought and she wasn't sure, perhaps allegedly, if Daniel did something, but she wasn't sure, and then the next day sealed the deal for her. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one more because there was two aunts that stayed the night. Um, Janie said who stayed the night. I know, Christine. Like I said, trust me. That's why I have to look at it too, right? I mean, I spent 11 years. My first relationship was 11 years, and it was abusive the whole time, right? And abusive, controlling, word calling, right? I mean, come on, guys. I was 125 pounds, and I kept getting called a whore, a slut, and I was fat. So I get it. Hey, Turtle Gang. You're awesome. You're awesome. You're awesome. Thanks, Turtle Gang. Welcome from Dolly's channel over there. Yeah. Hey. Again, I want to look for a quick second here, guys. There's 370. Can you guys that are in chat, there's 508. Can you guys get it to 400? Like warp speed, like 30 seconds. 30 seconds, get it to 400 likes. Again, please, Lily and Jack. I'm watching the likes. Just saying, I'm just watching it. And I know that there's 500 people. Okay, 371. Let's see if we can we get it to 400. Like boom, 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 boom. 376. Look at all those. Look at there. You guys are out there. I know you are. Come on now, Jack and Lily. Okay, Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily. You got this. Come on now. 387. We're almost there. Come on now. Right. 394. See, you guys are there. You guys got this. Thank you. It actually is quite cool when you sit behind here and watch people that you see how many people are in here, then you see the likes. 397, you guys. 397 likes. Come on now. Three more to get to 400. 508. Exactly. It's 508. 399. Who's that one other person that's going to hit that like button? Somebody else is going to do it. 400. Beautiful. Now, let's do this quickly as a reminder about why we're here at all. Right, Turtle Gang? Became a YouTube member. Thank you, Turtle Gang. Are you 400? You know what? Steve. Meet my husband, Steve. My ex-husband, Steve. If anyone was going to do it, it was going to be a Steve. Boom. Absolutely. Yeah. What time did MBM? Don't know, Tinkerbell. Don't. Don't have a clue. I know that they've never set a time, but obviously, you know, it was definitely in the evening. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You guys go. Again, you guys, this wouldn't be possible to bring this type of awareness no matter what channel you go to for Jack and Lily. If you're following the case and you care about it, slap that DNA on that channel as you're going in. Oops, I almost hit my thing. Yeah. I just don't want, I don't do well with nastiness. Are we not here for Jack and Lily? Us as Purple Linda. Wouldn't want to have to listen to nasty comments if I were in here. You know what? There's one thing I'm going to say about Belinda. She got her big granny panties on, I'll tell you that. She has a dragon shield. Right? RuneScape, guys. She literally has a dragon shield. Right? She's very wise. She's very resilient. She hurts. Of course. It's her grandbabies. But you know what? It's 2.5 months later, right? We all know that people's emotions are changing and that they will change continuously, right? But 2.5 months later, Linda has seen a lot of stuff, heard a lot of stuff. But to me, people like Belinda and other people that have been in situations where something horrific has happened, right? And that, the strength actually builds up and builds up stronger than me, stronger than me. I am a strong person. Don't get me wrong. And that's because of abusive relationships. Yeah. That's what made me strong. That's what made me take nobody's crap. I'm not going to take anybody's crap in this side of my life. Certainly ain't going to take it on the freaking internet side and have to deal with freaking idiots as well. You know, by Belinda, you know what I mean? She has her weak times and she has these times where she just probably needs to, right? These are her grandbabies. I mean, honestly, people's comments probably mean nothing. What probably hurts her the most is the fact that Malaya and Daniel are taking care of these children underneath their supervision, right? And to watch Daniel do what he's doing. And Belinda has asked Daniel for information. Guess what, guys? Guess what Daniel doesn't do? Daniel doesn't speak shit. Am I still correct on that, Belinda? Daniel doesn't speak shit to Belinda. Last time I talked to Belinda about that, Belinda, does he talk to you anymore still? Right? Belinda asked him, tell me what time Malaya, where she was at 6:17, 6:18. Where was she? Was she outside? Was she inside? Guess what? That's a big fat Oreo cookie. I'm just Steve doing Steve things. That's a good one. I like it. I like it. Yeah. Let's see if Belinda. Let me scroll. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Oh, we're at the bottom. Belinda, has Daniel reached out to you? Boom, boom, boom. Right. Asking for a friend. Calling a friend. Cindy, incorrect. Okay, wait, I gotta put those things back up. Remove. Right? Okay. So Durwood says, okay, so he says, I'm not going to bash Malaya, though. If you guys are looking for that, I'm not doing that. Any liar. You guys, even in his best sentences, he's always bashing Malaya. Okay? I call bullshit on that one, Daniel. I think that you're not a man of your word. You haven't kept your word. So why would you on that? Durwood says many things. Oh, yeah, I love this one. Durwood says many things, some things over the top, create pressure on parties involved. All right. Exactly, not for a while. So, what does this sound like to me when I hear this? Well, Durwood says many things, some over the top, to create pressure on parties involved. Okay, let's spin it now to what every YouTuber has been saying. What I've been saying is that we're putting pressure on people, right? We're putting pressure on people. But now you're going to spin that out there, right? You and Derwood, you got it. So your inconsistencies and your outright lies, Daniel, are to put pressure on people. Hold on, that's my sister. One sec. You guys hear that? Oh, hold on. Can't really play that. Probably get a copyright strike for that. Oh, hold on. Sister. She got. Oh, my sister got 1.35 million for her home, and she has to be out by September 25th. Ah, life changes. Life changes. That's my twin sister, by the way. She's had her house up for sale. She might be moving to Calgary there on there. Either way. Uh, so okay. Glad someone made an offer. Yeah. My sister lives down the street from me, by the way. Mm. Malaya left during and after the RCMP update, right? Did RCMP report something Danny Boy had told RCMP, and Em knew that that wasn't true, and that's why she quickly. I don't personally see it like that. Malaya left after the or during the press conference. To be honest, she left during it. I think she was having a panic attack. I was told. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Depends where you live. If she buys another house, which she won't, she bought another house up here. Same thing. She'd probably pay 1.5 million for it. But if she moves to a different province, then depends where she goes. Really, 800,000 a million, right? Calgary's gotten really expensive. Oh shit! Congrats. Oh, yeah. I have Daniel's time, Daryl's time, and Janie's time, along with Malaya's time, but they are all a little different, a little or a lot. I mean, if you put it in the scope of 8 to 10, because that's where the scope is, right? From 8, according to Malaya, 10 to the 911 call. I know. No, she was looking at places. You know, if I was a single Pringle, I'd just freaking go with her. Absolutely. I'd move to Nova Scotia. Yeah. I mean, she gets enough money to retire. I live in Langley, uh, suburb of Vancouver. Alberta's the best place. No, Alberta can kiss my butt. I've lived there half my life. I don't want to go back there. Yeah. Um, yeah. I think she put it up for 1.5 million, right? And that's just for a regular house. Like, it's a nice house, decent house, but it's just think of those Stepford wife homes, like the Stepford wives. You know, it's a cul-de-sac. You got your people that take care of their lawn, mow their lawn, build things out of one of those things. Anything, nothing that you back in the day that you would have paid more than 250,000 for. When she bought that home, it was 337,000, and that's when prices were rising. Well, it's good she sold now, right? Yeah, absolutely. The police may have told her, right? We don't know. You guys are talking too fast. Shit. I know I would. I would move there. Like, honestly, I would. Like, I'll go, I'll go to freaking England, wherever my husband wants to go. I'm not tied down, right? My son lives in Alberta. He has his girlfriend and my granddaughter. I'm not tied anywhere, you know? And not only that, I can do lives anywhere, right? Yeah, Langley. Yeah. 3 bedroom. That's where? In Nova Scotia? Homes are pretty expensive. My sister was looking on that side. Yeah. Okay. KFC is hiring here. Daniel. Daniel. Do, 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 do. Okay. I'm going to take a break for a minute. You guys, the night is still young. It's only 3 hours. I'm just kidding. I'll do. I'll go a half an hour more. Okay? Signed, sealed, delivered. But, so in the meantime, I'm going to take a break. So, sorry that I haven't changed the word army yet. Okay? You guys have been working at 6 o'clock in the morning. I had to get up at 4:30 just to make it to work. Okay? So, we'll play the tribute video for Lily and Jack. Okay? All you guys that are watching, I'll come back. Okay? We're going to talk more about stuff. I'll come back. Just me. Give the toilet a drink. Grab a drink. Maybe throw something in my mouth. KFC, perhaps. Oh, I should walk over there. I was thinking about that, actually. That was my plan of action, actually, was I was going to treat my husband to KFC because him and his brother really like it, even though this is the worst KFC. Sometimes it's like it's been sitting in freaking grease for like a fucking week, that KFC, though. KFC is supposed to taste a certain way. And when it's sitting in bad oil, right? Yeah. I'll be right back. You guys take care of Belinda while I'm gone. You guys make sure. Turtle Gang. Okay. Okay, let me find it. All right. What? People are starting to bail already. They know what's coming. Video file. Bring us with you on a Thank you, Missy. Okay. Ready, guys? Okay. Sunny from It's a Crime and Shame. And someone had sent me this beautiful song called Come Home, Jack and Lily. And I wanted to do Belinda, and I wanted to do Alana King, and all you guys out there. This beautiful little video to attach to it. Thank you so much for the person who wrote the poem. Thank you for fighting for Jack and Lily's army. Please hit the like and the share. Thank you so much.
In the quiet dawn of a May morning, two little hearts went out to play. Lily's laughter, Jack's small footsteps vanished with the breaking day. Come home, Jack and Lily. We're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. Through forest paths and endless trees, searchers called your names aloud. Hope flickered in the morning breeze as prayers rose up to the clouds. Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. Over Pictou County, gentle grace. The community holds a vigil, longing for your embrace. Come home, Jack and Lily. We're praying for yes, dear. The woods are deep of silence, but our love will draw you near.
Okay. Definitely a hard one. We'll take that off. Love you, Jack and Lily. Um, Again, thank you guys for giving Belinda support and any other family member out there that's watching that comes across the channel. Again, it's all about the love for Jack and Lily and wanting to have answers. Um, you're always reminded. I know it's a hard video to watch. That's the purpose of it, is that it's supposed to be a hard video to watch, because when you pull up people's hearts, right? Who wouldn't be upset when people have children and they're missing? That that's the impact I want to have. Belinda's the one that gave me those two beautiful videos of Jack and Lily, right? Bringing awareness, reminding everyone that these two children, especially on those videos, in those pictures, that Jack and Lily are out there. No matter what's the outcome of this, that Jack and Lily deserve answers. I can only imagine, to put my shoes in Belinda's or any other family member that's really hurting, to see this video, because you're brought back to the forefront that those children were here 2 months and 20 days ago, and now they're not. You know, when you look at what's happening with this case, regardless, the RCMPs is going to be the ones that are going to bring us the answers, and they will. They will. I totally have faith that they will. But the fact that people are lying, that are part of the people that are the people that are on the property, there's no excuse. There's no excuse. Zero. Oh, there she is. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Rachel. How are you? So Rachel McDonald is the one that wrote this song. Um, Again, it's a beautiful song. A lot of people. We pretty much dropped about 100 people playing this video. It happens each time, for different reasons, obviously. It's hard. hmm You know, and thank you, Rachel. Like I said, it's a beautiful song. Um, the words are impactful. It's about Jack and Lily. That obviously this case has impacted you greatly yourself. Hey, Rachel, by the way, if you ever want to come up on a live and just talk about, what prompted you to write the song, and, talk about Jack and Lily's case, just let me know. Okay. Um, you don't have to, but I want to make sure that offer is extended. Um, Especially when people take time out, um, to write songs, write poems, because this case has impacted them. I made the tribute video. I made first one, with that other gentleman, Clayton or something like that. I can't think of his name. Clayton, that wrote a song for Jack and Lily. Um, no offense, Clayton, but this one this one is very good on the ears. Now the ears wasn't, but this one's beautiful. It's like angelic, magical. right? Not that yours wasn't, or maybe to your mother on that one, but this one, you know, it's just a beautiful song. For Jack and Lily. Kind of shame. But anyways, if you do, of course, I was I was gonna reach out to you the other day. Why was I gonna reach out to you the other day? I need to find some of my own brain cells. Why was I gonna reach out? I was gonna ask you something. And I was like, oh, I wonder if she has her email. Huh? You have to think about that. Huh? Hmm. There was something that I was gonna ask you. It's gone. It was the other night. I remembered. I was gonna do it, and I was like, wait, I don't have her email. So I said to myself, oh, go look on the channel. And now I just can't remember what exactly it was. But anyways, that offer is there. If you just simply wanted to talk about the case or say why you wrote the song, what made you. I know you are out of that area, so I can understand that, But not everyone decides to write a song. Not everyone, not everyone's cool like that. Everyone has their things. Some people hitting that like and share button, that's their offering. Jack and Lily, you're absolutely, absolutely. It's heartbreaking what I'm watching, but it is what it is. You know, it angers me, absolutely. Any sort of lying or game playing while two beautiful children, I feel so horribly wrong, bad that Belinda has to deal with this, that other family members have to deal with this, you know? And to me, myself, um, like I said, if Malaya was told or she knows um, that what happened to the children, and that's why she's not speaking out, then agreed. But if it's for the sake of herself before the children, then that would not be okay. Because the truth needs to be told for Jack and Lily. I don't know the answers. Again, people can talk all they want, family members, whatever, but who knows where the truth lies? Because there's no truth coming out, or if it is, it's coming out in small portions, and most of it's by, you know, Belinda, right? Most people say she's the only one I trust. Absolutely, because she's not part of it. She's not part of it, no matter how you slice or dice it. Hello. Well, who's that troll there? And Wendy, those people live in a vacuum and don't listen to the facts or the reason. I couldn't imagine being so small minded. It is a beautiful song. We are the voices for Jack and Lily. That will always be the main substance of what we're doing. Even if it gets a little cray cray sometimes, even if Sunny gets a little hot headed sometimes, just, just angry that anyone would take away from two children by playing games. Wendy, see, I put up many of your comments. You lie. I pay attention to you. Belinda Gray, always and forever. If I didn't feel so small as a human, I would be getting from any chats that I've ever seen ignorance towards you. I've shared my bracelets with my friends. Hey, Rachel, are you going to the vigil to ask you? Hold on. Asking for a friend. Wait, I'll let the song speak. It says it all. I was feeling the same as most other people and wanted to express how we are feeling. Absolutely fine. It's not everyone's cup of tea. Are you going to the vigil though? Or did I ask you that already? Oh. Good night, Sue. Humbert, you're a very sweet soul. I'm happy to have met you. Scrum. AI Henry, I haven't said your name in a while. All this long is absolutely in every way. In every absolute way. If I could make them magically appear like anyone, it's beyond it's beyond repair that anyone that claims that they're being truthful would sit there and make a mockery out of their case. It's a joke. It's a joke. I don't care what part that Daniel did or didn't have in all this. To me, that's just evil. It's just evil what he's doing, right? With some of these comments. It's just nasty. It's just evil, wicked. It's just wicked. Yeah, wicked. Wicked, that's a good word. Wicked. Okay. Thank you for answering. Just checking. So are you keeping the money you get all for the likes and views? Do you profit? Or is that what you're going to come in here and say to me? Is that really? What are you doing? Hold on, Rachel. Oh, right. It's because I told you off before, right? Well, let me ask you a question. What are you doing for Jack and Lily? I sit all here after an 8-hour day of work and come sit here and do lives. What are you doing, Rachel? Besides flapping your gums and trying to make me look like shit? Do I make money off doing lives? Absolutely, I do. Do I ask people to donate to me? Absolutely, I don't. What are you doing? No, no, I don't do anything. Do you have any bracelets, Rachel? Do you have any keychains, Rachel? Do you, Rachel? What you doing? I want to know, Rachel. Come on now. Trying to make me look like a fucking idiot. Not gonna happen. I don't feel guilty. I do a lot. I do more than most people do, Rachel, in this world, actually. I'm one of those people. I'm one of those people, Rachel. Are you? Nah, you're not. You're just an angry bird because I blasted your ass earlier. Thank you for stopping by, Rachel. But it's still, let's ask Daniel what he's doing. Isn't that more important than ask me what I'm doing with my money that I earn? Is that okay, Rachel? Is that not okay with you? Fucking losers. I can't stand you. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Hold on. Rachel knows exactly where you're going, don't you, Rachel? Right? Don't you, Rachel? Have a cup of go fuck yourself, Rachel. There you go. There you go. Bye bye. I love it when people do that. I created my channel. I have a right to earn my money. No one has to donate a penny to this channel. YouTube, that's a different story. What do I do with the money? Everyone wants to be an asshole. The ones that sit there that don't do nothing. I'll tell you this, you guys, though. Being in true crime, you're going to hear a couple things. I can't believe you're making money off dead people or covering missing kids' cases. Yeah? What does the news do, right? They're the ones that don't give a shit. The news ones, they don't give a shit. It's about a story to most of them, right? On top of that, those are things that you'll always hear. What are you doing with the money? What are you doing? The loudest people that say that are the people that don't do nothing. Okay? Every time I've heard someone say that in this chat, it's those same people that have never donated or became a member or did fuck all for a case. But yeah, so stuff like that doesn't bug me, honestly, because that just shows the ignorance. Yeah, here you go. I mean, What am I at? How many hours? Let's see. I don't know. I don't deserve a penny. You're right. I'm just raking money off, dead people and missing children. You're right. You called me out. Ah, you know what? Again, after 5 years of being here, stuff like that, it just, honestly, that was me more turning the table back on her. Don't care. Don't care. Sunny, Rachel has an agenda. Yeah, you know what? She just didn't like the fact of whatever, right? Her ass got hurt because of her earlier comment. So, and that's no different than that person a couple of weeks back, like a few weeks ago, saying, "Well, if you really cared about Jack and Lily, you'd hop on a plane and go talk to Belinda and Daniel." Says the person that sits in and puts a message that does nothing, right? Yeah, nah, that stuff doesn't bug me at all. Honestly, it's too old now. They do that everywhere. The people that don't do anything are the people with the loudest voices about that. He may be a neighbor. Thanks for the. Okay, I'm not sure what you guys are talking about over there. I love Mike from Mike. Mike who? You know what? I was going to take some of my money and I was literally going to go freaking grab my husband and my brother in law KFC. Because if anyone wants to know, yesterday was YouTube. You get paid once a month. Okay, you get paid once a month. Okay, everything that you did in June, you get paid out July 22nd. At least here, it's about July 22nd, right? Paid some bills, keeping the rest of it or a lot of it, be sending some more to Lana, buy some more stuff from Jack and Lily, you know? It's nobody's business what I do with the money that I earn, right? Again, I don't beg people for money. Charmaine, give me some fucking money right now. Right now, drop me 100. Come on. Anyways, can't take away from my heart. You can't take away from my stuff that I do. I've given people the freaking last $5 I've ever had. I've done a lot. And I'll continue to do a lot because that's who I am. Isn't it funny though? And I know I don't have to justify myself to anybody at all. I used to feel guilty a little bit about people donating. Not so much because I never asked for it. If they do it, they do it. If they don't, they don't. I go to other people's channels and donate. Anyway, get paid to work. How dare you, Sunny? You know, how I spend as much time doing a live or watching it than I freaking actually go to work. Hey, Colleen, why do I not see you in chat? Well, because I blocked her ass for being dumb. That's why. That's why. I booted her out. Okay, hold on. Um, oh, I said I was going to go about a half an hour. You know what? I think I'm good. I think I'm good for tonight because for someone that's not planning on doing a live, and Charmaine, she's playing like the whole sick thing, right? Oh, my stomach hurts. I feel like I'm going to puke. All that stuff. Ignore the jello. Yeah, thank you guys. Again, when you love yourself and you already know who you are, nobody can take that away from me. And so it just becomes a joke to me at the end of the day, right? Like my care level is actually zero on that stuff. I've seen so much ignorance in true crime. Um, Again, it's like a game in a sense, in a lot of ways. It's like you have to do things in order to get views and clicks, and stuff like that. I don't like to play that game. I just I just like to stay who I am. That's it, right? I won't change myself. I could have 1 million subscribers, you guys, and it still wouldn't impact who the person I am is. I'll be feisty when I need to, but I'll be loving and caring most of the time, right? 95% loving and caring, 5% feisty, that's a pit bull. but I just don't take anybody's crap at all. Not when it comes to the murdered and the missing. Nah, because it always has to be about them first. But people are going to try to tear you down. Lana knows that now, right? Bree knows that now. Belinda knows. Well, I wouldn't say Belinda knows that as well, but she sees it all with what people are doing. Butterflies are free to fly is asking how to purchase bracelets. Oh, well, that's shoot. Who's in here? Belinda. Somebody. Where's that? Anybody post that email in here for Lana's? Probably should have had it up. Oh, wait, do I have? No, I don't. It's Lily and Jack 2025 at. Thank you, Belinda. Sonny, you need my Addy DoorDash, please. I know, right? Imagine if I won $1,000,000, I won the lottery. You leeches would come out of the thing. Sonny, I remember you. Don't I know you, Sonny? You guys, I don't make a ton of money off YouTube. I don't. You know, yes, I have made more money because of this case. The intention wasn't to think about the money, right? But does it help me for pay for the stuff that I use, my programs? Did it help me with some bills? Yeah, absolutely. Does it help me buy some groceries that, you know, takes the weight off my husband a little bit sometimes? Yeah, you know. Do I do stuff with it? Will I do more with it? Yeah, of course, right? Jack and Lily, right? Charmaine, whatever the cost for the benches, will I put money towards that? Absolutely. Do I want to buy some more Jack and Lily stuff? Right? Absolutely. Do I have to? No. Do I want to? Yes. That's simple. Um, did somebody drop by chance? Oh, there we go. Kent, you're a lifesaver. Thank you. Lily and Jack. I always can never remember that it's at outlook.com. Right. Jack and Lily. Now here's the event again. So no one told me that they changed it because honestly, you guys, unless Lana or Belinda, if they ever change something on me and you know about it, please send it to me because I don't know that they've changed anything. That would mean I was watching the chat groups all day long and I don't. I unless it's being sent to me, um, I don't know. Sorry guys. Oh, face went. Look at it. You guys see that? Hmm. Funny, I live in BC now, but came here from Toronto and gave my girlfriend's son, who was here visiting from Woodstock, Ontario, from him and his partner at Kent Orbit. Waiting on my bracelets. I got mine. Charmaine's waiting on her bracelets. She's going to be doing some giveaways, right? Thank you, Belinda. 1 second. Absolutely. Oh my God. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. I shouldn't admit to this at all. In fact, give me a second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. 1 second still. Okay. And I Kent. I already told Kent about it anyway. Okay, you guys. So, you guys. When I woke up this morning to get ready for work, my alarm goes off at 4:30, but I was feeling pretty refreshed, catching up on some sleep a little bit. What is it? Okay, no, well, it's not that big of a thing. It's not that big of a thing, but I have to tell you. So this morning was probably the like after I got to work at 6 o'clock. Um, all of a sudden, I started feeling so tired, and my head was foggy. Now, I do have diabetes. I was probably playing a part in it. Um, but anyways, my head was so foggy, and so I'm sitting there with my headphones on in my chair, and I'm totally like the. I'm totally going. There's so much of me that wants to get up, but I've never called in sick yet. I'm going. I just can't do this. I just do not feel that well. You know. Try to get some fresh air on my break, right, Belinda? Sent you my clip of my backyard there. Isn't it? It's kind of better than yours, isn't it? Just a little bit, right? A lot of beautiful vehicles. You know, some shrubbery. Watching the crows sit up on that thing, watching them shit. You know, kind of makes your backyard look like crap now, doesn't it, Belinda? Doesn't it? But anyways, and Belinda has a beautiful backyard, by the way. I would live in her backyard. All she needs to do is, just build three of us like one of those little, what do they call it? Small homes. There's room. I seen there's room. There's room on your yard for that, Belinda. By the way. So I thought. So, anyways, I go back into work, and again, I'm just kind of doing this right, and I'm just trying to close my eyes just for a minute. Fuck me if I didn't do this. Okay. All of a sudden, I wake up and I'm like, holy shit, I just fell asleep. Don't know how long it was for. Couldn't have been too long. But, anyways, during that sleeping moment, Malaya was in my dream. Like, it was so real, you guys. It was like she was there, and I think there was somebody else with me. And I don't know if it was my sister. There was somebody else with me. And Malaya, I said, I know I was trying to be very gentle, right? Obviously, probably to do with the fact that, her not speaking out and stuff. But anyways, this was so freaking vivid though. And so anyway, so during that time that I fell asleep, I was sitting there talking to Malaya, and I said, look, Malaya, can I just ask you, was he on the property that day? And she said, no. So then I asked her a question, and I said, okay, it's a dream, people. Then I asked her a question, and I said, Malaya, did Daniel have something to do with the children missing? And trust me, her soft voice, she kept talking, like she kept answering. And on the fourth time, I said, Malaya, I honestly can't hear you. I'm sorry I got to ask you a fourth time. Did Daniel have something to do with the children's disappearance? And she said yes. Then I woke up, and I was like, no, 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 no. No, get your ass back. You guys, there's dreams that you have that are dreams. And it was literally one of those dreams where it was so real, and I was so pissed off that I woke up because I had to ask her more questions, right? I had more questions. The one question I wanted to know in that dream, Daniel, if you're listening, is if Daniel had something to do with it, right? And she just said yes. That's all I'm going to say. She just said yes. That was a dream, whatever. But it's when it's so real. Like, I literally would have said to you guys, it was me and Malaya talking. Whoever else was with me, I can't remember, you know? Anyway, it was very realistic, is what I'm saying. It's like I was freaking there. Anyways, I couldn't believe that at work, I literally fall asleep, have a dream, and then I realize, like, I'm in a dream talking with Malaya, and then I wake up thinking it was freaking real. Could be real if we want to make it. But you know what I'm saying? It was just very, very real. Is what that dream felt like. Had a dream of Daniel. There was a burnt firefighter pinned between rocks, and Daniel was looking out at the ocean. Uh, you know, I don't overly think much of my dreams, but I'll tell you what. I was pissed off that I woke up out of what was like I literally. Okay, one time, this is what it reminds me of. One time I was about 18, 19 years old. I was sitting on the pisser, the toilet, and I woke up thinking that I had won the lottery, that I had all this money in my bank, right? I was sitting there on the toilet. I was smiling away, just going, huh, till reality freaking hit me. And I realized, nope, still got 15 bucks in the bank. Shit, that dream wasn't real. You guys don't know how disappointed I was to realize that that dream was so vivid of me having money in my bank account, right? Because back then, uh-uh, me and Dion were like 19 years old, maybe 17, 18 at that point. Probably about 19, I'm thinking, right? Right? Rent is like 335 a month at that point, back when I'm like that old. And you're broke ass. I was working full time at Chi Chi's restaurant and whatever. He mowed. What did he do? Oh, right. No. He leached off of welfare and he went to school. That's what he did. And guess what he didn't do? He didn't complete his schooling. Because I was going to work while he went to school. And then when he was done, then I was going to go to school to upgrade in courses. And guess what? Never happened. By the time 2 years went by, I was working at Eaton's department store. So yeah, no, I had to have been 17 because I started working at Eaton's when I just turned 19. Yeah, hmm on there. But anyways, so that's how the stream felt to me. That same thing that I'm just sitting there waking up, and I was like, "But what do you mean it's not real?" No, 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 no. Malaya was right there. I was literally talking to her. She was giving me answers, you know, but she was being her typical soft voice, more so, right? So I was trying to be gentle. Anyways, that was it. Don't tell anyone I fell asleep at work for 5 minutes. Must have been 10 minutes. It must have been. Yeah. Sometimes, you can sleep for 15 minutes and you feel like you slept for hours. That type of thing. That's kind of how it felt. My head did clear up in the afternoon and I felt so much better. Still felt like shit, but felt a lot better. But in the morning, oh my God. I was like, I'm sorry, but like, I'm old school, right? You don't be late. And if you're going to be late, you call in. You don't call into work because you have a stupid freaking sniffle, and stuff like that. My own guilt gets ahead of me. I'm not that person. Like I said, haven't called in sick a day, but you know what? I can't, I cannot not say anymore that I've never been late because one day my iPad turned off like last week and I woke up and it was 9 o'clock almost and I worked at 8 from home, thank God. But my iPad just turned off. It wasn't dead. It just turned off. First time that ever happened. So I can now say I was late one day that I've worked there. I'm always at work 20 minutes before my shift. Mm. Okay, keep my secret. Don't tell Daniel that I had that dream. All right. Trump was in my dang dream last night. I think my dream was a little bit better. As in, well, I felt better than I did prior to falling asleep. I'll call it, let's get real. I'll call it I nodded off. Okay? I'll call it nodding off. Thank you guys. Okay. Well, thank you guys so much. Um, whatever fee am I going to do with that $20? Should I give it to Rachel? Rachel, Rachel, if you're watching, should I give that to you, Rachel? Wait, Rachel, hold on. YouTube takes its cut. Hold on, 30%. $6 comes off of that, Rachel. Do you want it? Turtle Gang? Do you want Rachel to have this? No, I didn't think so. Sunny, you deserve it? Sure. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Turtle. Lost family, thank you. Thank you. Whoop. And Christina, thank you. Thank you guys very. Oh, wait. Turtle became a member as well. Don't forget that. I don't know. What if you guys were Rachel, what would you guys do? Would you guys go buy KFC? Is that what you guys would do? Yeah. Yeah, that again, I got diabetes, eh? Um, if my sugar levels are too high, which probably they were, um, it's gonna make you feel foggy in the brain. And and I know you guys can't see it, but like on my leg, sometimes I get leg ulcers, what they're called. They start off as a little dot and then the dot becomes bigger and bigger. But probably because of the heat and lack of exercising, because I keep doing lives and I don't exactly have to really, so I spend a lot of time. Anyway, so I got a leg ulcer. Wow, it's probably about this big. When I say that big, it's probably about this big, where the opening is, but it's red like a cherry around it. So it's kind of one of the worst ones I've had. So I need to take care of that, even though they're hard to heal. But I did order some compression socks, and I don't ever do stuff like that. But when you have diabetes and you don't take care of yourself, you can lose. You can lose your eyesight and you can lose limbs, right? So sometimes, sometimes you got to do better. Red, white wine, and Caesar. Yeah, is that what I should have? He literally is stealing from the poor and giving it to the rich. Who is? Oh, hold on. There's a dream. I had a dream a few weeks ago that there was a group of us looking for Jack and Lily. We behind some house. Got it. And there was a creek, maybe a river with rocks on the side. Yawning, sorry. And a blue tarp sticking out. Never know. Prayers for Jack and Lily. Did you? Ah! Chirpy. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Just to make me more focus on the gays, eh? I'm not a huge political person. I educate myself and vote every election. I do my part. I don't hate anyone except Trump. That is my thing, but the man was gross long before he became. I concur. If I were Rachel and had your money, I would go on a cruise. I don't. You know what? I don't think that the money, to be honest with you, would even put me on a tugboat to go on a cruise. To be honest with you, I know sometimes it might seem it, but you know, usually, let me put it this way: with subscribers comes more viewers. With more viewers or subscribers comes more algorithm. With more algorithm comes more views. With views comes more ads. With ads comes more money because YouTube gets paid to put out ads. Some people gripe and complain about the ads. Again, if I'm doing a channel, it's not like there's an option not. The only time you have an option not to watch ads, so don't get confused because somebody said to me today, well, I was gifted a membership, but I still see ads. Ads has absolutely nothing to do with memberships. Membership is to do with watching membership lives and using emoticons. Ads, I pay for YouTube Premium so that I don't see ads and you guys don't see the ads when I'm showing something. But you have to buy YouTube Premium if you don't want to see ads. Now they do. They have a low, a medium, and a high. Sometimes it depends on the lot. But do I want to spend hours a day when YouTube pays you for ads, right? Well, yeah. So I kind of flop between high and medium. I never use low at all because YouTube is paying for ads. So for those people like myself who pay for YouTube Premium, peach, okay? Never have to see an ad on any of the channels I watch. It's worth it. If you're not getting it, it's worth it. If you hate ads. But am I going to sit here for all these days and not take advantage of YouTube money? Fuck, I'd be a moron if I didn't, right? So watching ads supports the channel. It helps, of course. I mean, no matter what, you're going to flip by them the minute that 30 seconds is up because there's like three types of rolling ads, right? But, there's the ones that you have forced to watch, and then the other ones I will say skip through and stuff like that. But, anyways, um, so for people that aren't YouTube creators, again, they changed that recently, like meaning months ago, but still recently with that stuff. But it it's just easier. Like YouTube is the one that in a couple months ago, instead of us adding the ads, like when I say ads, they would ask where we want to put in spots, right? Um, but I just let YouTube decide. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I don't need to take insulin at this point. It's just a metamorphin, but I actually have to remember to take these. I gotta take two twice a day, right? And I'm bad at remembering to take pills because all my life I never had any health issues. All my life I never had to take pills, even if I probably should at some point. I didn't have to take pills. So it's really hard for me to remember to take pills when I'm not used to having to remember to on there. I'll email you for your diabetes conference work. There are some awesome herbal, not weed, on there. Yeah, I know. I know I do. And I don't. I don't, honestly. My husband gives me shit all the time. I'll sit there and see, like, husband, look how red my leg is right now. And I go, well, that's because you're not doing any exercise. Well, husband, I sit in a chair all day at work. I know. So, you guys, I promise, I have one of those little pedal things for underneath of the desk. So, I promise I will pull that out because honestly, I know I have to take care of myself. I don't want to lose a leg, right? Stuff like that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. Yeah, freaking rights. I'm gonna get KFC though. You know, I want to thank Daniel for bringing that up the other day because now you got me on a KFC hunt. To be honest with you, and maybe by the time I've done eating it, Daniel, just so you know, I'm probably gonna go shit out a bucket of KFC. Just so you know. I love Dan. Okay. So if you, no, all he did was tell me that I gave birth, to a bucket of KFC. Close, you know. I probably, you know, if I make my next bucket, I'm going to Janie's house where those chickens are. Maybe I'll make a second bucket. Maybe. Oh, that's not bad. It's not bad. Probably on the replay, it's different though. Good night, all. Good night, Belinda. Yeah, the minute Belinda says good night is the minute I know that I've been on too long. Well, I'm gonna need him for a little bit, Drippy, till I start using my little things. I need. I'm not getting enough circulation. I sit at a job. I come home and I sit here and do lives for hours because I'm not putting myself first. So hold on. Throw those back. Mm, wait, hold on. Hot chat, good for Granny. Better get those pills in there. My husband, watching him take pills, it's like, ah, give me a horse pill. I don't care. No problem. Okay, this is our final good night, guys. You guys have a great night. Don't forget, expect you all to come back tomorrow with a bucket of KFC together. We'll chomp on it. Actually, no, I'm getting my bucket of KFC. I'm going to get off this live and I'm going to be like, husband, or maybe I'll surprise him. Maybe I'll just tell him I'm going out to Dairy Queen. Yeah. Okay. Chop, chop. Thank you guys. Stay blessed. Jack and Lily. Don't forget, August 9th, obviously, is the fundraising event, but it time changed. It was from like 12 to 9. Now it's like 1 to 8, which is fair enough, right? But, anyways, that's the new time right there. You guys, again, stay blessed. Jack and Lily. There's the signs for the grass over there. Thank you guys. Yeah, that word. That word. Yep. Sweet dreams to you guys too. Love, love you do. Just say I love you. Won't you please love me? Do. Oh, someone's messaging me. Let's see. It's my adopted mother, Belinda. Oh, wait. Hold on. Peggy Day. Peggy. You bought me a taco. Coffee taco. You bought me a taco. Aha, look at that. Wait, hold on. Randy. Randy Norman. You bought me a taco as well. Thank you. I love tacos. That's why it's not a coffee. Okay, if I had my pick, you guys know I'd ditch you for a Rick roll for cheesecake. But I love tacos. Don't even get me started on that, chat. Love tacos. Love tacos. What's Kent saying in chat? Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. All right. Thanks, Kent, for being up here. Thanks, Shemaine. Thanks, Belinda. Of course, thanks, Bree and Alana, for all that you guys are doing. And thank you guys for all that you guys are doing. You guys, I am being honest here. As soon as I get off this live, my ass is walking like 300 feet that way, maybe 400. I gotta go this and then I do that. It's right there. Okay? Yeah. Gonna go have me some of the KFC. Okay? Daniel, thank you for putting that into my mind. Yeah. Do. Take care, you guys. Jack and Lily. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. You know what? Hold on. I got to bitch about something before I go. One thing. Okay. Kiss my ass, KFC, for taking away the little bowls. Okay. Those were the best things ever. $5, mashed potato, corn, and little chicken balls. Okay, that pissed me off. Those were damn good. That's one of the main reasons that I love going to KFC, right? Hold on. Stop. Somebody's telling me they love me and I'm amazing. The world needs people. Thank you. The world needs more people that are kind, caring, empathic, and truly care. So, again, if you are that way, thank you for being you. Because, like I said, like that Rachel person, she tried to, shade me and shit like that. All my life, I've been a giver. All my life, I put myself to the back burner. You know what? Sometimes it's okay because I still, even with this, right? It's like, do I have plans for my YouTube money this month? Absolutely. You know what part of it is? So that my husband can take 2 weeks off because he doesn't get paid. So most of that YouTube money is going to go towards allowing my husband, who works very damn hard, to allow him to have 2 weeks off. Okay? Not only that, we paid a couple bills or whatever. And on top of that, I got to buy some more things from Lan and Brie. I just got to see pictures. I got I just need to see the pictures. I got my keychains. I got my this. I got my that. Right? So anything to do with donations for the foundation, they please do not send anything to me. There's already 2 people that have done that with benches and stuff like that. Okay, that's not my thing. I ain't taking zero money for anything to do with the fundraiser. That's all on those guys, and I don't want to be dealing with. Here, let me remember to take no. Okay, so remember that, please, guys. Every question you have about the fundraiser, please talk to Bree and Lana, and bless you guys all. Still see a bucket and get them filled with legs. I used to love legs, right? Tinkerbell. Well, you know what? You're Tinkerbell, so you could probably fly to KFC right now, freaking drop it off through my window that's open here, and you could probably do it a little faster than my 300 yards the other way. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I am working from home tomorrow, so I don't have to get up until like 5:30 instead of 4:30, and that. So no, no. You know what? You're Jess. I want to say this, okay? Am I a beautiful person inside and out? Mostly on the inside. Sometimes it gets no. I am. I know I am a beautiful person on the inside and out. I love people that really epitomize what really caring and being empathic to others and helping out others, you know, I love those personalities because I know that, like, amongst people that I know, most people don't even hold the candle, not to be brag, but most people don't hold the candle to the lengths that I will do stuff for people. And I like that about myself. I like that I don't put selfishness in front of myself. You know, I do others first. I like that. And I know that. I know that my meaning that I like once you are a child, you don't really realize why you're doing or why you're feeling all these things. But as you get older, you start becoming more aware of who you are as a person. But the first thing I learned in my 20s was you need to love yourself because nobody could tear you down. Nobody could tear down the beauty of somebody's heart if you already knew like what you had inside you and the things that you do and did, right? My biggest thing is love, right? Was always just to be deeply in love, live that freaking dream. I got that with my husband. It took some freaking abuse and all that shit to get there, and all that, whatever. But my biggest thing was always love. Love, love as much as you can, right? And then not only that, but if you can help somebody who's in need, don't turn your back on people, you know, because someday you might need that help. My bottom line, the simplest way I can say this is what you put out to the universe, you get back. If you put out bad shit, right, Rachel, to the universe, right? You want to put out bad shit? Great. You know what? When you trip and fall on your face on the floor, ask yourself why that happened, right? I'll continuously always let good take be over evil any day of the week. But I believe what you put out is what you get back. So I'm very much rewarded by you guys that have been following this case that has allowed me to grow from 13,200 subscribers to 17,000 and almost 400 subscribers because of you guys, because of people that are subscribed to the channel, which brings, or that even aren't subscribed, but are now more aware of this channel. So that allows me to bring more awareness. Am I gonna let you down? I know. Thank you, little Miss Muffin Top. Did you upgrade? Because I already thought you were a member on there. Now, so yeah, so it's just kind of like the stuff. So obviously, with more people watching the channel and stuff like that, is YouTube going to pay me more? There's been some very generous people. Like before this case, I was lucky if I did a live and seen one super chat, maybe in an entire 5 hour live at best. Or I could go days and never see one. But it was never my purpose of doing it, right? But obviously, as a channel grows and you can bring more awareness, that's always the basis of this channel, is what we can do to help. So nobody can take that from me no matter how hard they try. Right, Rachel? Double fist on there, you know? So I love beautiful hearts. And that's why I like to keep this chat room and the ambience or whatever you want to call it, that we're all grown adults. We don't have to agree, but we can certainly be respectful of each other's thoughts, unless you don't have brain cells. Right, Colleen? But I'm not going to sit here and watch, you know, Colleen the dumbass keep twisting my own things and saying I'm not saying this. Like, at what part of the live for the last 2 months, or whenever you stepped in, do you never, or do you always, I should say, hear me say, in our opinion? How many times do we say that, right? And when I was listening to this, I'm like, woman, are you even listening? When I said that he was in jail, I said, let's just say hypothetically. When you're saying he's in jail, Sonny, you know what? Go earwax out the brain cells on there. And then after that, it just becomes stupid. Obviously, I'm talking to someone that the light bulb isn't the brightest on that Christmas tree. And I can't entertain that type of stupidity. If it was her own thoughts, that would be so much. She loved him so much. Yeah, rest in peace there, Ozzy Osbourne, right? Rest in peace to Ozzy Osbourne. Iconic legend, definitely. Just like Kiss will be, right? When Gene Simmons, bites the dust. All these iconic ones and stuff like that. You're empathic, same as me. Yep. Again, I love you guys. I love you guys that truly, truly just love to give out good vibes, to help people, be kind. But don't think that has anything to do with my empathic side. It's very strong. I get sick sometimes. Oh, yes, that's exactly it, right? Feeling other people's emotions. That's why I stayed away from anything to do with the news from when I was 26 till I was like, what, 45? Because of that exact thing, right? Some people don't have that level of it. I too, my heart aches with such sadness. I'm angry with such madness when I see someone like Daniel taking this case and turning it into a fucking shit show at Jack and Lily's expense. And he's going to keep playing his games, right? And I'm going to keep busting his balls. I don't really care, right? If he gets charged for anything, I'm still going to bust his balls for being a big ass douche to ever sit there and play anything at all to do with Jack and Lily's case. And you want to come up and you want to be a freaking ass moron and sit there and have all these consistencies. And it's like I said, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how many times I tell him off. You know, that little piece of chicken KFC shit. He's gonna keep coming back for more until one day maybe he gets the point that I'm just not buying his shit. And I'm sure you guys, right, get tired of his shit as well. At what point do people start shutting Daniel down? You know what, Daniel? You know what? If you've done something to those kids, you're going to pay. You're going to pay, right? If anyone did anything to Jack and Lily, whether it was Malaya, whether it was Daniel, whether it was Janie, we're all part of it, they're going to pay if they had anything to do with it. But I'm just talking about the fact of Daniel. He's like taking a big shit on Jack and Lily, and that's how I see it. That you're sitting there being ignorant to Belinda, ignorant to me, ignorant to the others, and you're sitting there talking about Netflix deals, talking about stupid shit, and then you're acting like, hey, I'm just trying to give you guys facts. He literally is acting like he is a celebrity, and he ain't. He's a big pile of horse shit. That's what he is in my eyes. That's my feelings. Bye, Chandy. Don't ever play games with children, you know? So, yeah, it's just so wrong on every stinking level you could think of. Now, I am truly leaving. I'm going to get some KFC. Mwah. Right, let's do a stapler before we go. Daniel, right? We want you putting up some staplers, some posters, right? Whoops, I accidentally did 2 on this one. Hold on, I gotta get rid of one. Backspace. Okay? Okay? Come on, Daniel. We're not making fun of you, Daniel. We're just trying to give you a hint that if you care about Jack and Lily, like you say, and you're going to search and keep searching, why the hell are you planting your ass in all of these lives and Facebook groups? Do we need to play back his clip? You know, that I'm just going to keep searching for them for the rest of my life if I have to? Oh, what, on day, 1? Day 30? Let's throw in a day 15 after that. Please. All right, guys. Adios, amigos. Arrivederci. Have a good night. All right. And just looking. Hold on. I found it. Here comes the outro.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without an honor, we stand and fight. And